Okay, we're waiting for people to come in. Shelly, how are you, ma'am? We're gonna pause this for a little bit. We're gonna pause this for a little bit. Char, how are you, ma'am? We're gonna wait for everybody to come in. Regina, hello, hello, hello. We're waiting for everybody to come in so we can listen to the phone call conversation between Investigator Drum and Mustafa. And while we're listening to that phone call conversation, we're going to dissect that phone call conversation. Now, 19 months into that phone call conversation, we have a lot to talk about. 19 months ago, we didn't have the police body cams, but now that we do, we can really understand what's happening here. We can understand what this police department is doing to Mustafa Aljazairi. And it's no longer just the family talking about what they're doing to Mustafa. No, we can release body cams that show what these investigators are doing to Mustafa. And we can analyze what's happening here. For the past 19 months, they worked really hard. The police department worked really hard to discredit the family, to say this is just a family talking about what they're talking about. But at this point, it's no longer the family talking about what they're talking about, because there's body cams that's in the public domain that the community is watching. And we're all watching this together. Why are they so terrified at police body cams being released? If you have nothing to hide, then you should have no problem with police body cam being released. And we're just waiting for everybody to come in so we can have a full conversation in what they're doing to Mustafa Aljazairi. Now, Friday is going to be a very interesting day. A very interesting day for the prosecutor. A very interesting day for the judge. In light of the body cams being released, in light, Casey, how are you, ma'am? In light of the DOJ now involved with no longer just reading police reports, because Amy Ashworth, everybody knows, Amy Ashworth sealed off the body cam. So for the past 19 months, when the DOJ is involved, they can't watch the police body cams because the police body cams is under seal. But now that the police body cams are released, it's no longer just the DOJ watching and reading the police reports. Now there's body cams that show police reports falsified. Casey, thank you for being here. Char, I missed you, ma'am. We're waiting for everybody to come in. Shelly, how are you, ma'am? Tracy, Craziness, how are you? Now the FBI is involved. Now the DOJ is involved. There's a full-on investigation. A full-on investigation because they're watching witnesses being tampered with. Witnesses that investigators have tampered with. Witnesses that are, according to the investigators, according to the police departments, are on this case as witnesses, but they're not witnesses. They didn't see anything. They know everything, but they didn't see anything. Like Kim Coleman, Nene, aka Nene. Kim Coleman, Tanisha Coleman, Nene, whatever her name is. The investigator brought her in as a witness, but she flat out tells investigators that she wasn't there. She didn't see anything. So the Judge Weimer, striked her out as hearsay. Now, what I find unique is Kim Coleman. What does Kim Coleman have to do with everything that's going on here? She has a lot to do with everything that's going on here. The kids were left in her apartment for 3 days. Now, 3 days And the kids, according to them, they say that Nini told them that Mustafa did this on purpose. The kids go on to say that the investigator told them that Mustafa did this on purpose. And specifically Javen, 13-year-old Javen, Dorothy's child, says that according to the investigator, that investigator told me that Mustafa crashed the vehicle on purpose, ran away from the scene, left my 5-year-old baby sister in the vehicle, and if Mustafa hadn't ran away and left my 5-year-old baby sister, Empress, in the vehicle, my 5-year-old baby sister would have still been alive today. And Mom told me to always trust Mustafa, but after what the investigator told me, I don't trust Mustafa anymore. This gives you insight into the relationship of Mustafa and Dorothy and the kids. So the kids always trusted Mustafa. Dorothy always trusted Mustafa and told the kids to always trust Mustafa, but these kids no longer trust Mustafa after the investigator lied to them. Now, how do we know it's a lie? Because we have a police body cam. You don't have to take my word for it. There is police body cams that has been released where it shows Mustafa was helicoptered to the hospital. There is a document that shows Mustafa lost consciousness, a hospital document that shows Mustafa lost consciousness for 30 minutes. So Mustafa was helicoptered to the hospital, came out of a coma. There's a record, a hospital record that shows Mustafa was induced with 50 mcg of F by the paramedics. There's a police body cam that shows that Mustafa was asking and crying, and all he cared about is the kids and his girlfriend. And the hospital released Mustafa from the hospital. The police released Mustafa from the hospital. So what is the investigators doing, telling the kids that Mustafa crashed the vehicle on purpose, ran away from the scene, left their 5-year-old baby sister in the car? Oh, I know what's going on here. They want the kids to hate Mustafa, only for the investigators to put those kids in a room and then ask them about Mustafa. After Nini and the ex-boyfriend, who according to the police, Glenn Ford was in a relationship with Nini. You have a jealous boyfriend. You have a neighbor that told the kids that Mustafa peed on your mom. This is what she's telling the police. She said, I didn't see anything. Okay? She said Dorothy told her that Mustafa peed on her. That's what Nini is telling investigator Drum. That's what Nini is telling the kids. That's what the kids are telling the investigator. That Nini told them that he peed on our mom. So the kids always trusted Mustafa until this neighbor is telling them that Mustafa did this to your mom. That Mustafa crashed the car on purpose. That Mustafa unalived your mother. I have home videos that shows Mustafa loves his family until Nini, the jealous ex-boyfriend, gets involved. Until these investigators gets involved. Now, I find it interesting that Glenn Ford, the jealous ex-boyfriend, is coming on social media talking about that Dorothy trusted him and confided in him. Now, is this the same Glenn Ford that we have police record that cheated on Dorothy? According to the ex-husband, Divine Jones used to beat up the kids, used to beat up Dorothy. According to the police, kicked Dorothy out in the winter. I mean, Dorothy was living out of her van with 5 kids in between hotels, out of her van, because of Glenn Ford. Because Glenn Ford used to beat her, abuse her, and abuse the kids. That's not me saying it. That's a police body cam where the ex-husband is talking about it. I find it interesting that Glenn Ford tells Investigator Davis that I deleted my cell phone text and my emails with Dorothy. Now, sir, why are you terrified at your cell phone being subpoenaed? Why are you terrified that your emails are going to get subpoenaed? I mean, we're going to subpoena your cell phone. We're going to subpoena your emails. And we're going to find out what is on those texts. You can say all you want, but those cell phones communication, those email communication are going to come out in court. Why are you scared that Going forward, why are you scared that your communication? Why did you delete your communication? Okay. All right. The police record, the police body cams are gonna show up in court when you used to abuse Dorothy, what Dorothy had said about you, the incident when you kicked her out in the winter. You're nothing but a jealous boyfriend that used to abuse Dorothy, that used to abuse the kids. And that's not me saying it. That's according to the ex-husband. That's according to the police body cams and police records. You're on drugs. You have a long criminal background. Dorothy ran away from you. She rather live in her van with 5 kids than be in a relationship with you. She left. And you couldn't take the fact that this girl left you. And you sat there and you watched her move on with her life. And Casey, I love you, ma'am. You couldn't take the fact that this girl left you. You sat there and you watched her. According to you, you sat there and you said you watched with her boyfriend. You sat there and you watched her boyfriend that, according to you, doesn't even know you. So you sat there and you watched her new boyfriend, upset at Dorothy moving on with her life, finding someone that loves her. And you took advantage of a vehicle accident. Now, you don't have to take my word for it. I have it pinned on my page, the whole entire dash camera. Not the version from NBC4. Not the version they chopped up and they put like 3 seconds on NBC4. No, I have the full dash camera. The full dash camera available in evidence.com. Now, what does that mean? Evidence.com is a government website where the police department would put discovery material in any case on that website. Anything that's in evidence.com, I have it. Now, I find it interesting. I find it interesting that they're terrified that I have all this material. Now, I find it disturbing that the material in evidence.com is not the full story. Not everything, because the SD card, there's only warrants from the police department for the 4th and the 5th. That SD card, that dash camera is very specific. It's very specific, and it goes back days. Okay. It has, according to Investigator Drum, it has when Dorothy and Mustafa were door dashing, and it has the night before. It has Nene Kim Coleman, who the police department is trying to use but are scared to use. Now, why are they scared to use Kim Coleman? Because on the dash camera, if you go back a day before, you'll find that Nene was in the car dancing in the back seat of Mustafa's car while Dorothy is in the car. And it shows the kind of relationship that Nene has with Mustafa. It shows the good relationship that she has with Mustafa and Dorothy. She's literally dancing in the back seat, and Mustafa is gonna get the material on the SD card. Officer Zymus, the forensic psychologist, the digital forensic with the police department, Officer Zymus admit that this dash camera does have audio. Now, according to Rexon Dash Camera, the company, they say that if videos have audio, they all have audio. You can't have some videos have audio, some videos don't have audio. This police department muted the audio to the dash camera and cut the dash camera before impact. Now, how do we know that they cut the dash camera before impact? This dash camera, the Rexon dash camera, has an outer view and an inner view. In evidence.com, what they've done is they released files. This dash camera records in 1-minute increments. And they released this dash camera on the 4th and on the 5th. And you have only 8 seconds before impact. Now, that doesn't make any sense because it's supposed to have the full all the way up to the dash cam, all the way to the impact. What they've done is they said we only can recover 8 seconds in this dash camera, and they put it in evidence.com as 2 files, 8 seconds on the inside and 8 seconds on the outside. Now, this police department is so incompetent. Char, how are you, ma'am? Casey, this police department is so incompetent that what they've done is they released, see, the 8 seconds that they put in evidence.com, if you were to take the file and you measure the frames, you'll realize that the inner view and the outside view does not match. What does that mean? The inside view is 8.0 frames. The outside frame is 8.3. This investigator is so incompetent that when they told him to cut the dash camera, he cut it at 8 seconds, but he didn't count the frames. This dash camera has one computer. The outer view and the inner view is linked up to one computer on a dash camera. There is no way that it's possible that it chops up at 2 different frames. Does that make sense? And when it does, it shows that someone had tampered with the dash camera. This is proof that they cut the dash camera. 8.0 frames on the inside and 8.3 frames on the outside. What they're attempting to do is to cut Mustafa's dash camera just before he realized that he was on a U-turn lane and chopped up the dash camera. And the outside, they chop it up a little bit further. They chopped it up at 8 seconds, but they didn't chop it up at frame level. Now, Shelly, I love you, ma'am. Everything that we talk about, we have a police body cam or a document that supports it. And now we're armed with the whole entire discovery. A lot of people are misunderstanding the situation here. They say that you're back to square one. I'll tell you, we're not back to square one. We're back to square one with police body cams. Now, we had to fire this lawyer because this lawyer is no longer working for Mustafa. When we tell him we want an independent expert to inspect the SD cards, this lawyer is not doing it. Now, I find it interesting that you're not that you're not getting an expert to inspect the SD cards, specifically when the digital forensic with the police department, Officer Zymus, I have a document that says this dash camera has audio. So all you have to do is literally hire an independent expert. Mustafa is entitled to the SD card to walk into trial with all the files downloaded by an independent expert. Not the police department. We know the police department lied. And they lied in every police body cam. And the fact that they lied, we do not trust this police department. So we're going to hire an independent expert. And the fact that this lawyer does not want to get an independent expert, it's questionable. The lawyer says he's ready. How could you be ready, sir, without subpoena the cell phone of Glenn Ford? This is an ex-boyfriend who's jealous, who says he's watching Mustafa. We want to find out what communication he had with Dorothy. If there was any communication with Dorothy, we want to know his cell phone. We want to subpoena his email. We want to subpoena Nene. What communication did she have with Glenn Ford before the accident and after the accident? When the kids were left at her apartment, what phone calls, what cell phones, what kind of emails were sent? I mean, just because they deleted it, they can still subpoena all these communication. We want to subpoena the email and the phone calls of the investigators involved in what communication did they have with the kids, with Glenn Ford, with Nene. What emails, what phone calls, what texts. What communication did you have with Kylie, Javen, 14-year-old Kylie, 13-year-old Javen, 10-year-old Pharaoh, 9-year-old Imagine. We want to know the communication. I mean, we're building a full story. Why are they scared? Okay, you want to investigate an M1 Correct? You're charging Mustafa with M1. Let's investigate. We want to find out what communication, what email communication, what phone call communication, what text communication did Amy Hodgkins have with Stephanie Claiborne? Stephanie Claiborne is the wife of the Investigator Drum, who happens to be on the phone call while Investigator Drum is talking to this supposed perfect witness, who knows everything but didn't see anything, who was never there. She knows everything, okay? But she wasn't there. She doesn't know Dorothy. She doesn't know, okay? Literally, we have her body cam. We want to subpoena her cell phone. We want to subpoena her email. We want to subpoena her phone call conversations with the kids, with Glenn Ford, with Nene, with Kylie, with the investigator, with Stephanie Claiborne. Okay? Now, I remember 19 months ago when I was on TikTok, I remember Stephanie Drum was on my TikTok. You know how when you're on TikTok, you see the individuals that enter your page? I remember Stephanie Drum was on my page. And at the time, I didn't understand why this was going on. I remember some lady with the Drum last name. Okay, this is the same investigator that's on my brother's case. She's on my TikTok. Now, we can subpoena her communication. How is this going to play out in court? I think it's going to be really interesting. Now, we know that this is a vehicle accident. We have the dash camera. And we're going to subpoena the SD cards. And according to Rexon dash camera, everything is on the SD card all the way to the vehicle accident, all the way to the impact of the vehicle accident. What does that mean? They say that in case of a shock, in case of an accident, this is a very sophisticated dash camera, that in case of an accident, these files are saved into a separate file into the SD card. I find it interesting that nowhere in the police report, it shows that Investigator Drum had a conversation with Rexon dash camera. But I have a body cam that shows Investigator Drum is having a conversation with Rexon dash camera. And he's attempting to convince the person that he's talking to from Rexon that Mustafa did this on purpose, and it's 100%. He has evidence that Mustafa did this on purpose. Why are you attempting to tell this company that Mustafa did this on purpose when they're telling you, sir, you can? It's in your files. The dash camera, all of it is in your files. And then he unmutes it. He mutes whenever he wants. He wants to control the narrative, and he's terrified that what this Rexon company is telling him, that everything is in the file, sir. It's everything is on the SD card. Literally, it's in your SD cards. And then we have a document with the digital forensic. Officer Zyman says this dash camera has audio. So for 19 months, they claimed that Mustafa turned off the audio on this dash camera. And then, not until I have the full discovery, I see that there's a document that shows, no, the audio is on. So you're telling me that while Mustafa went for bond, you never told the lawyer that there is Officer Zymus, the digital forensic with the police department, admitting that this dash camera has audio? This is exculpatory evidence that you should have already released out to the lawyer. As a matter of fact, you went on national television, on NBC4, and Julie Carey is complicit in what this police department is doing and what this prosecutor is doing. She says, the prosecutor says, I have a lip reader. When in court, she never says, I have a lip reader. She said, if I have a lip reader. By the way, I have the recording, the proceeding inside the court. Oh, no recording inside. I have the recording. Now, how I got it is a different question. I have the recording inside the court that says that the prosecutor literally says, if I get a lip reader. She lied. The prosecutor lied. That Julie Carey takes it even further. She said, the prosecutor said, I have a lip reader. She never said, I have a lip reader. She said, if I get a lip reader. Now they go on national television and say the prosecutor has a lip reader that says Empress is in the vehicle. Why would you need a lip reader if your officer, the digital forensic, is literally saying that this dash camera has audio? Now, you don't need a lip reader anymore because this dash camera has audio. As a matter of fact, what they went on NBC4 and what they did, they chopped up the dash camera to play on NBC4 all chopped up. They rewind it 10 minutes back, they play the inside, and they fast forward 10 minutes forward, and they play the last 2 seconds. And then you realize that once you enter their evidence.com, you realize that this dash camera is cut to show that Mustafa does not have a facial reaction. Now, even when they cut this dash camera, you'll realize that Mustafa is taking out his tongue out of panic. This is Mustafa. Mustafa has a very distinctive feature that when he panicked, growing up with Mustafa, growing up with my brother, that when he's panicking, he sticks out his tongue. When we're playing a video game, when he's panicking. As a matter of fact, I have a home video that he's adjusting something before he left out that day. He's fixing something and it's not getting fixed, and he's panicking. He sticks out his tongue. According to the investigator, Mustafa sticks out his tongue. Now, I have a body cam. So they held exculpatory evidence from the lawyer, from Mustafa's lawyer. Not only did they hold exculpatory evidence with the audio, but they also said that Mustafa threatened a correctional officer. And they made it such a big deal that Mustafa threatened Officer Celeste. Now, when I entered, when I look at the discovery, I find it interesting that in one of the audio is a jail hearing where there's a witness that testified that says Mustafa never threatened a correctional officer. A witness, another inmate across from Mustafa, says, and I have the audio. Now I have this audio. He says Mustafa never threatened a correctional officer. Why was this audio not given to the lawyer to play out in court? Now, so we have two possibilities. Either this audio was given to the lawyer and the lawyer decided not to play it. Okay? This lawyer was working with the prosecutor to begin with. Or he wasn't given this audio. It's literally in Mustafa's file. It's literally in Mustafa's discovery. I have the audio. As a matter of fact, I have a jail video where the incident starts at 9:30, but in the discovery, they released it at 10:30. So the CCTV from 9:30, okay, up to 10:30 is missing. And they show that in the discovery, a CCTV where Mustafa is, so the incident on when Mustafa went out and talked to a detective with Prince William County about an inmate that was unalive inside the jail, they began harassing Mustafa and threatening Mustafa. And they went in and beat up Mustafa, and they took his mattress, they took his commissary. 1 hour later, they give him the mattress and they give him his items. Now, why is it that in the discovery, the CCTV shows that when they're giving him the mattress and they're giving him all his items, and they don't show when the correctional officer entered his cell, choked him out, beat him, and took all his stuff? So I have two things. I have a CCTV where it shows that Mustafa doesn't show where they actually beat him. It just shows the aftermath of the incident. Dre, how are you, sir? And they denied Mustafa's bond. So they held exculpatory evidence. that this dash camera doesn't have audio, but now we know it does have audio. Literally have a document that says the digital forensic with the police department admit that this dash camera has audio. All we have to do is get an expert to go in and inspect the SD card. The lawyer doesn't want to do it. Interesting. Blake Weiner, did you strike a deal with the prosecutor? Did they threaten you that you're not getting the SD card for Mustafa? Why are you not doing what Mustafa is asking you to do? We had to fire this lawyer, and we're gonna get another lawyer. Now there's a couple of routes that this is gonna take. Mustafa. So all these body cams have been submitted to the FBI, have been submitted to the Department of Justice. In light of these police body cams being released out to the community, in light of an investigation that is underway into these police body cam. No one see the problem before, when you complain to the DOJ, when the DOJ activates the FBI into this investigation, what their hand is limited. What they can do is limited because there is a seal on the police body cam. And when there is a seal, they can't access police body cam. So when they go through the route, Heather, how are you, ma'am? When they go through the police, when they go through this investigation, when they go through your complaint, what they can do is they can only access police reports because there's a seal on the police body cam. Now, those police reports have been falsified. The police body cams are completely opposite of the police report. And when the police department, when the Department of Justice gets involved, when the FBI gets involved, they go up to and investigate. They go up to the chain of command. Okay, they go up to the police department. They go through these investigators. They go through Commonwealth Amy Ashworth, and they can only read police reports. And this is what's been going on for the past 19 months. Now, Special Agent Lindsay Coulter, Special Agent Samantha Adam, Supervisor Special Huckle, Lindsay Coulter and Samantha Adam visited us at the house. This was about a year ago. And this is after our DOJ complaint about what they've done to Mustafa. And what was happening then is you have local FBI agents that tell you they're investigating. But how is it that they're investigating if they don't have access to the police body cams? They're only going off of police reports. But now that the body cams are out, you can verify that these police reports have been falsified. When in the hospital, it says that Investigator Mason, in his police report, wrote that Mustafa did not have a reaction to his family being unalived. That's what he says. He says, when I told him about his family passing, Mustafa did not have a reaction. He didn't care. Didn't cry, didn't care. Now we're watching a police body cam where Mustafa is breaking for his family, is crying for his family, asking about his family. Where's my family? As a matter of fact, you have Investigator Mason, he mutes his body cam, and he's shushing Mustafa after 3 hours. Shushing Mustafa like he's about to jump on Mustafa. What is Mustafa asking him? Where's my family? You've been telling me that you're taking care of my family. You've been telling me that my family is going to be okay. Where's my family? And then he tells him, your family has been passed 3 hours ago. Interesting. So he falsifies the police report. And every time the DOJ is reading through the discovery and investigating Mustafa and what they're doing to Mustafa, he reads that Mustafa did not have a reaction. They don't have access to the body cam. It's under seal. Commonwealth Amy Ashworth sealed it the same way she seals Tatiana David. Now that you have the body cam, there is a specific complaint for Investigator Mason falsifying the incident at the hospital. there is a specific complaint where Javen says investigator told me that Mustafa unalived my mother, left and ran away. Left the scene, ran away, left my 5-year-old baby sister in the car, and she would have been still alive today if Mustafa wouldn't have ran away. There is a specific complaint for that because that incident, this witness, the kids that you're using to testify against Mustafa, has been tampered with. These kids have been tampered with. When you tell them that Mustafa unalived your mom, only to put them in a room and ask him about the relationship that Mustafa had with them and with, you've tampered with these kids. You rallied up kids. You gave these kids or someone to blame, and you told them that Mustafa did this on purpose. What happened to you investigating this? You were at the stages where you're investigating. This is 2 days into the accident. You haven't talked to Mustafa and you haven't watched the dash camera, according to the discovery. Nowhere in the police report does it say that the investigator told me that Mustafa ran away, left my 5-year-old baby sister to be unalived. Nowhere in the police report. Okay, so there is a specific complaint to the DOJ, to the FBI, where they're investigating the specific complaint. So now what we have is every police body cam being put under a microscope. Every police report being put under a microscope. What they've done here with Mustafa Aljazairi is they manufactured probable cause. And that's how they gotten away with holding Mustafa in jail for 19 months. Based on probable cause that does not exist. I mean, think about it for 2 seconds. A probable cause that does not exist. A manufactured probable cause. Is this why Mustafa never had a hearing? I mean, in what case have you ever heard where an individual does not get a hearing? When you charge someone with a specific charge, you're supposed to put him in front of a judge and they're supposed to conduct a hearing. Mustafa never had a hearing. As a matter of fact, the minute that we complain about Investigator Drum falsifying the police report, Mustafa's statements on the police report, where Investigator Drum said, Mustafa stated, I was arguing inside the vehicle. 3 days later, the prosecutor dropped the case, only dropped the hearing. There is no more hearing. And then she indicted Mustafa on M2. Interesting. So you're telling me that you've held Mustafa for 6 months after we question and there is an investigation into your police report. Now, all of a sudden, Mustafa is M2. They're retaliating. It's exactly what Casey Stevens said. If we were to file a complaint about her investigator, the prosecutor is going to be emboldened to protect her cop. And what is she doing? She's protecting her cop. Okay? Now, I have a police body cam that when I zoom in, I see that investigators are updating Prosecutor Sarah Sammy in real time. Now, you want to tell me that this prosecutor is going to be able to come back and say, I had no idea? I don't think so. As a matter of fact, at one point, when we fired Casey Stevens, Mustafa had a public defender. And we had a civil right attorney before Elaine Jarvis, when Mustafa was beaten up. And Amy Ashworth showed the jail video where Mustafa is beaten up inside cell 12, carried, handcuffed and unconscious and naked. And before they dragged him down the stairs unconscious, they were still beating him up. That video that's pinned on my profile showed that video to Mustafa as public attorney. I have a video of him saying, we secretly recorded that lawyer saying specifically that Amy Ashworth showed that video to him, but refuses to show the civil right attorney at the time that video. Now, this is proof that Amy Ashworth saw the video, so there's no way she can come back later and say, I didn't see the video. The jail did not show me the video. You can't come back from that one, man. Now, I have the affidavit of Richard Brooks. I'm going to be releasing Richard Brooks' affidavit. Richard Brooks, I have an audio that I have that we publicized on social media. That Richard Brooks says that Mustafa was carried unconscious, handcuffed. They beat him in cell 12. They took him out, handcuffed behind his back, unconscious, and they were still beating him up and dragged him down the stairs, naked. And then took him to another cell, and then beat him again, and then essayed him there. I have a interesting text that I got the other day that said specifically, when you count the minutes of those correctional officers being in cell 12, how could they done everything that you're talking about? My question to you is, when you look at the jail record, they never said 6 correctional officers went into Mustafa's cell. According to the jail, the record says 3 correctional officers entered Mustafa's cell and they removed him from cell 12 into cell 1. Casey Stephen went and saw Mustafa and says Mustafa is beaten up and he has a cut on his chin. I have pictures of Mustafa 2 weeks after the beating, after this incident, May 24, where Mustafa's arm is 3 sizes the normal arm. Mustafa's head is all bumpy. Now, Mustafa was refused medical. What do you think would happen to you in a minute and 20 seconds? How long was it? A minute and 20 seconds, is it? When 6 correctional officers enter your cell, giant correctional officer, I want you to put yourself in Mustafa's shoes. 6 correctional officers enter your cell. And the reason they've entered your cell is because on the outside, your family is going to the police department and is telling this lawyer that Mustafa's police report has been falsified. And we're about to go public, and we have an audio where Mustafa's police report has been falsified. All of a sudden, we get a text early in the morning that this lawyer is out of town. Don't call me, don't text me. Casey Stevens sends us a text. The same time that these correctional officers enter Mustafa's cell, 6 giant correctional officers enter Mustafa's cell, beat him, handcuff him, carry him unconscious, naked out of that cell. And you see one of the correctional officers hit him on the head and kick him while they're dragging him unconscious down the stairs. And then take him somewhere else, only to essay him and then deny him medical. You're telling me for the past 19 months, when we talk about it, we never had the CCTV video. Now I have the CCTV video where the jail have done this to my brother. As a matter of fact, I have the affidavit of Richard Brooks, an inmate that's across from my brother, that says Mustafa was beaten up in cell 12, handcuffed behind his back, carried naked, taken out of that cell with handcuffed behind his back while they were still beating him up, carried unconscious down the stairs. That's exactly what I see on the CCTV video. And I have proof. Only to be essayed in another cell and beaten up more. And then I have pictures of Mustafa's injuries. This prosecutor, this Commonwealth attorney has a lot to worry about. These investigators has a lot to worry about because these body cams are being watched by the whole entire community. The media, there's a media blackout. Now, they're terrified that they're going to cover Mustafa's report. Mustafa's case is nowhere in the media. You're telling me that you have the brother of Mustafa, and they're filing all these motions against the brother that he, according to them, stole all these police body cams. He's in our system. He's in our system. I mean, with their claims, they have serious claims against me. And nowhere in the media, nowhere in the local media, you hear about an individual entering the police evidence.com. I mean, you don't find that questionable? I mean, these are serious claims. Nowhere in the media that they're covering Mustafa Aljazairi's case. I tell you, they're terrified. I mean, if I was them, I would be terrified. I mean, if I were them, I don't even know an exit strategy for them. The only exit strategy is we were not aware of the police. The police department dropped the ball. This is what the prosecutors are going to say. We don't have enough. We don't have a budget big enough for enough prosecutors in this county. This is what they're going to say. You're going to remember. It's so funny. You're going to remember this conversation. The prosecutor is going to come out. And I mean, and the reason I'm telling you this, because nowhere have you seen Commonwealth Attorney Amy Ashworth publicly speak about Mustafa. When was the last time you saw Amy Ashworth talk about Mustafa? When was the last time Amy Ashworth talked about the brother who stole all her shit? They know they have to leave an exit strategy. And the exit strategy is going to be, we don't have the budget that's big enough for enough prosecutors in this county. The police department obviously dropped the ball. The police, we're only, as prosecutors and as a Commonwealth attorney, we can only go off what's in the police report. But the fact that the police report are not reflecting the fact what's on these police body cam, in light of the police body cams coming out, in light of new evidence that shows this is a vehicle accident, we have to release Mustafa. And this will never happen again. And the conversation of a safer community, this should never happen again. I mean, that's what they're going to say. But at what cost? I mean, at what cost? At what cost? I mean, when you listen to the details of what happened and what's happening with my brother Mustafa, this community is not safe. The individuals that we entrusted with a badge and a uniform are no longer doing their job. What they're doing to Mustafa is there is a vendetta out for Mustafa. Within minutes of the investigators finding out that this is Mustafa Aljazairi, police officer goes up to investigator Drum and tells him he's rugged out. Knowing him, we've been watching him. We've been watching this guy, Officer Duplessis. We know him. We've been watching him. Knowing him, this is not a car accident. He's rugged out. Investigator Drum says, whatever you do, I want a police officer on that motherfucker right there. Talking about Mustafa. Well, Mustafa is in a coma. He's literally laying in front of his vehicle with no paramedics and no one cares about him. I want a police officer on that motherfucker wherever he goes. Now, this is the same investigator that says, I have 4 other fatalities on the same exact road, mistaken this road for a regular lane and ended up in oncoming traffic. But when it's Mustafa, it can never be a vehicle accident. Why? Because his officers know Mustafa. Now, why do they know Mustafa? Oh, Mustafa sued the police. Mustafa has an open lawsuit against the police department for violating his rights. He has a lawsuit against the police. And the police are not happy with Mustafa Aljazairi. How dare you sue the police department. And we're going to show you who you are. And they take advantage of a vehicle accident and they began closing the circle. Mustafa, the paramedics inject him with 50 mcg of F. They helicopter him to the hospital. His girlfriend, 5-year-old Empress, does not get helicoptered. Why were they not helicoptered? You had a helicopter available. According to one paramedic, Mustafa's condition is stable. He can be transferred by the ambulance. So why did you not helicopter 5-year-old Empress? We'll come back to that one. That's really interesting. I have medical records that we have to talk about. These are not what I think. This is not. These are medical records, indisputable medical record that the community, I'm going to release, and the community is going to look at. Why was 5-year-old Empress not helicoptered? And why did they pull the plug on 5-year-old Empress, who was stable? 5-year-old Empress was stable. According to the medical record, she was stable. The same physician that was treating Empress, 5-year-old Empress, that says Empress is stable, calls out to the organ department and confirmed that we need these organs. And then decides to unplug 5-year-old Empress. Now, Empress, Mustafa was calling for her at the time, and Mustafa was denied access to 5-year-old Empress. Mustafa is begging for him to be next to 5-year-old Empress. Divine Jones, they have his information in the system. They refuse to have Divine Jones access and be next to 5-year-old Empress. Why? Because the physician that's treating 5-year-old Empress, who according to the medical record, 5-year-old Empress is stable, finds out, calls the organ transplant the organ transplant location, and these organs match, and they need them. So what does he do? He unplugs her. That's interesting. Legally, you can't, the same physician that's treating you can't contact the organ transplant and make the decisions on you. It's illegal. But that's what they've done. 5-year-old Empress is not helicoptered, is unplugged, and her organs are harvested. You don't have to take my word for it. Just look at the medical record. Mustafa is injected with 50 mcg of F and then interrogated while under these conditions. He lost consciousness for 30 minutes. He came out of consciousness. They injected him with 50 mcg of F. 50 mcg of, you're out of it for 9 hours. Completely out of it. Okay, but what do you see? Mustafa is breaking down for his family, and he's asking for his family, and the police interrogate him. And then they release him. Okay, they found out that his blood level, no alcohol and no drugs. The police department released Mustafa. The hospital released Mustafa. And then they began to close the circle. Okay, so they couldn't hold Mustafa. No alcohol, no drugs. They had to release Mustafa. They began closing the circle. What did they do? They go to the kids. They began tampering with the kids. They tell them that Mustafa did this on purpose, when they know Mustafa didn't do this on purpose. They were still investigating. This is a vehicle accident. They're investigating. This is a vehicle accident. They haven't talked to Mustafa, and they haven't looked at the dash camera. And then, according to the investigator himself, all these skid marks are Mustafa's skid marks. There's 4 fatalities on the same exact road. This road is known, according to the investigator. I have a body cam where the investigator is saying it. I haven't released it. I'm going to be releasing it. Investigator Drum, according to Investigator Drum, he has 4 fatalities on the same exact road that people are mistaken that road for a regular lane. And they end up in oncoming traffic. Isn't that what we see on the body cam? On the dash camera? We see a vehicle accident. But not when it's Mustafa. Because Mustafa sued the police. And they have to get Mustafa. So what do? They began closing the circle. In their police report, they write that the kids said such and 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 such about Mustafa. When you review the body cam, the kids are literally telling you, but it's nowhere in the police report, that the police, Nini and Glenford, the ex-boyfriend that's jealous, is sitting there telling the kid Mustafa they're on purpose. I mean, what do you do if you're an 8-year-old, if you're a 9-year-old, if you're a 13-year-old, if you're a 14-year-old, with a grown-up telling you he did it on purpose? Your mom's boyfriend did it on purpose, and you have a badge and a uniform that shows up. It's like, yeah, he didn't just do it on purpose. He left your baby sister in the vehicle and ran away. If he hadn't run away, your baby sister would have still been alive today. If you're a kid that just lost their mom, what would you say? I mean, the kids are literally telling the child forensic with the police department in that room. They're telling him, Mom always told us to trust Mustafa, and we trust Mustafa until Nini Glenford, the detective, told us that he crashed the vehicle on purpose, left my baby sister to be unalived inside that car. What does that tell you? Those witnesses that they're using against Mustafa have been tampered with. They've tampered with the witnesses. And prosecutor Sarah Sami thinks that she's gonna walk into court and use these kids' statements against Mustafa. Man, everything is gonna play out in court. We're gonna subpoena those body cams, and these body cams are gonna be evidence where your investigator tampered with the witnesses. We're gonna subpoena their cell phones, their emails, their text communication. You know, when you go Subway and you order the works, Mustafa is gonna have the works in his case. I mean, you want to talk about a trial, right? Why are they so terrified that everything is coming out? I mean, usually, if you're guilty, you don't want anything to come out. In this case, Mustafa is telling you, I want all the evidence to come out. I want my dash camera. I want my home video. And they're like, no. We can't put everything on the table. Why? Because it's going to show that this was a vehicle accident? They're terrified. You got Glenn Ford on social media, terrified that his cell phone is going to get subpoenaed. Hey, buddy, we're going to get the works. We're going to subpoena your cell phone. We're going to subpoena your email. We're even going to subpoena your asshole. And everything is going to show up in court. Does that make sense, buddy? We're going to get to the bottom of what you're doing. I mean, when I watch that police body cam, I find it interesting that you didn't have anything in your apartment. Where's your furniture, sir? You're sitting there with no furniture? Were you there? I mean, according to you, you're watching Mustafa. According to you, when I pull up your record, your criminal record, everything disappeared. How far is this prosecutor willing to go to delete your criminal record? Interesting, right? Look, I'm just doing what I'm told to do. I am told to release certain police body cams. I am told to say certain things. I am told to do certain things. And like, you know, let's put my First Amendment to the side. Let's put me not signing a protective order to the side. Let's put that I'm a third party to the side. There are things that will come out, certain videos and certain conversations where certain individuals are literally handing me things and are telling me, sir, we want you to do this. We want you to go here. We want you to do that. I'm only doing what I'm told. And we're being put here not only for Mustafa Al-Jazari, but other individuals in this county. There's other files that will come forward for other individuals in this county, and apparently this is not an isolated case. The truth is coming out. Yes, ma'am, it is. What I find really interesting is Casey Char, love you, ma'am. What I find very interesting and yet disturbing at the same time is that the media is terrified to cover this anymore in light of the police body cams being released. I mean, if you're Julie Carey was put on this case for the past 19 months. They manufactured their own probable cause to hold him in jail and place him in solitary confinement so that he cannot review all their BS. Well, I'm here to tell this Commonwealth attorney, this prosecutor, that their worst nightmare is happening. We are all Mustafa. As a matter of fact, I don't only have access to police body cams. Apparently, I'm given other material. I'm given the jail visits. Now, what they've tried so hard in this case is to dehumanize Mustafa. Now show this county who Mustafa really is. Now, what's going to happen when I start releasing jail visits? Where every time Mustafa visits his family, he's talking about what's going on. He's talking about Dorothy. He's talking about 5-year-old Empress. He's asking about Pharaoh. He's asking about Javen. He's asking about the kids. And is asking, why are they doing this to me? What are they doing? This is a vehicle accident. I lost my family in a vehicle accident. What if you start watching Mustafa? Now, this is the prosecutor's worst nightmare. That this community, Mustafa, is going to animate right in front of them. They've tried so hard to dehumanize Mustafa. Show that Mustafa is an evil monster. From day one on NBC4, they never told the community there's home videos. They're very specific. Commonwealth Amy Ashford refused to watch the home videos when she has the home videos from day one. NBC4 doesn't talk about the home videos. Now, what do you think is going to happen when those body cams, those cell jail visits start getting released in the community? You don't think those videos are going to go viral? I mean, forget the media, forget the news. Thank God for social media, where the community is literally sitting there watching, and they're watching how the media is completely silent on what they covered, and they made it so big. I mean, I thought this was the biggest news. Didn't they put this on NBC4? Let's look this up. What did they say during Mustafa's bond hearing? Mustafa Al-Jazari. Why so quiet, sweetheart? Julie Carey. Why are you so quiet, sweetheart? Oh, you don't know what to say. Their worst nightmare is for this community to really see what's happening with Mustafa Al-Jazari. Mustafa Al-Jazari. I mean, I found it really interesting when you type Mustafa Al-Jazari, the only thing that comes up is the body cams. Let's see. No one cares, Omar. Can't you see? Oh, again with the trolls. Who's watching? I'm sorry. What's your rude guest interrupting you? All right, there we go. Block. Let's see. Actually, there we go. Block. There we go. You know, I don't understand. I thought we're all trying to figure out what's happening here. Why are we not happy that police body cams are out? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Apparently, some people have been busy. Stephanie Claiborne. Hey, Investigator Drum, I'm talking about your wife, sir. Hey, I didn't bring my wife into this. You brought your goat into this, all right? You brought your goat into this, sir. And your goat is taking a shit all over the place. Stephanie Claiborne, I've got snapshots of her being on my social media 19 months ago. I've got a body cam where she's sitting there on a phone call with a witness, supposedly a witness who knows everything but didn't see anything. Amy Hotchkiss. Sir, how do you like your wife's cell phone being subpoenaed? Interesting, right? What do you think we're going to find when we subpoena Stephanie Claiborne's cell phone? I mean, let's listen to it real quick. Oh, interesting. The table turns. Investigator Drum. Robert Drum himself. I mean, have you seen Sonic the Hedgehog? Robert Robotnik? Muhammad himself is here. Muhammad, what's up, man? What's up, brother? What's up, man? Let me make you a little bit bigger. Let's see if I can make that. Let me adjust it. Let's see. I don't know how to do this, but we're gonna play around with it until we figure this out. Right? You're a mod, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You know how to change it?
Oh, I don't know.
I mean, just leave it the way it is. I like you where you're at. You know what I mean? Like, you know, like look down on you. Oh, fuck my life. You just fixed it. You just put me in the corner? Motherfucker.
I didn't touch it. Modify.
Let's see. There we go. I got it. Yeah. There we go. Muhammad himself. Okay. We're playing the body cam of Investigator Drum when he's talking to Amy Hotchkiss. Hey, I haven't seen Kate in a while. I find that interesting. Okay, here, kitty. Everybody, for the longest time, they're like, oh, Kate, she got upset because I took her off a mod. And come and find out that Kate is Stephanie Claiborne. Oh, interesting. Stephanie Claiborne Drum. I mean, I remember when Kate created the website, and she said there she wanted to track everybody that's on here supporting Mustafa. Interesting. Now,
Trying to track whoever donates, whoever buys, whatever product she was selling.
Interesting, right? I found that's interesting. I mean, you don't have to take my word for it. Just go listen to the body cam. Doesn't it sound like our best mechanic here? Oh, our paralegal. Oh, our future lawyer. Oh, she has access to everything in the police department. Oh, she's reading out all these police reports. She's reading out all these court documents. Oh, she's the police herself. Oh, wait. She doesn't work for the police department. Oh, her husband is the investigator that falsified Mustafa's police report. Okay. Oh, Stephanie.
You know, I'll tell you.
You know what's funny? The FBI now is involved. The DOJ. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I'll tell you. You know, people ask, how do you know that Kate? What is it? KW 0707. how do you know Kate is Stephanie Claiborne Drum? How do you know she works for the police department?
Yeah.
And I have a really good answer for you. That, I mean, number one, the voice sounds exactly the same.
Very.
If you put a voice recognition app, it tells you that over 90% that this is the same voice as in the one that was in Robert Drum's.
I'll take it further. Prove us wrong. Hey, Kate, come out on camera.
No, I'll tell you something else. I'll tell you 100% that this is Robert Drum's wife, and she works for the police department.
Yeah.
So I think it was like 2 months ago that Bobby got pulled over. There was some issue with his driver's license, and he got pulled over in Manassas, and the police arrested him. Okay? Now, when they arrested him, we didn't say anything about it on social media.
Yeah.
But anybody that knows Bobby's full name can go into the court's website, and they can find out that he was arrested. They can find out, I mean, just the public information. What's public?
Yeah.
They know that he was arrested. He was charged with driving with a suspended license.
Yeah.
But they're not going to know a couple of things. Number one, they're not going to know that his vehicle was towed. I mean, that's information that only we knew. And if you were there at the scene at the time, then you would know that his vehicle was towed. Number two is when they arrested Bobby, they took something that belonged to him. You know,
exactly.
An item.
Shelly, within hours. Exactly. Within hours, they knew. She knew.
They took an item from him that they confiscated because he was getting arrested. They couldn't leave it in the car.
Yeah.
Okay? He legally had it. He has a license to carry. And nobody should know what your personal property is that the police took from you at the time, unless, one, you're Bobby, or you're right there on the scene. Now, the third way you can find out is if you work for the police department, you access the system, or you talk to your officer, and you know for a fact that, hey, this is the item that was taken from Bobby, and it's only listed in the police's internal memos or their internal systems, right? But within hours, like you say, within hours, Christina Alcazai or Amy Hodgson, okay, she's on a live chat. And
dedicated, by the way, dedicated to Mustafa.
Exactly, with Kate W0707, okay, and she's talking about this specific item that the police department confiscated. Okay, I mean, they didn't even give Bara a slip. They didn't even give Bobby a slip of what they took. You know, it's not like they gave him an inventory list or anything. This was just a thing that happened right there on the spot. And unless you work for the police, you're not going to know what they took from somebody. I mean, you could get arrested today, okay, and then I'll look up your information online. All I can see is that you were arrested in Prince William County, and that's about all the information that's publicly available. Even if I was to go to the courthouse, even if I was to go to the police department, you're not going to get that information.
Unless you're the police. Unless you're the police.
Unless you're the police. So the fact that Kate or Stephanie is on a live chat with the same person that she was on the phone with on April 7th, it shows you that the police are willing to go way out of line to take somebody's personal information and to distribute it to a so-called witness, a person that falsified their identity to the police department, and they're okay with it. I mean, can you imagine on the bottom of that sheet, the witness statement? It says, if you knowingly make a false statement to the police, that you're going to be facing some jail time. Now, how about if you falsify your identity, along with falsifying your statements, making up things? But the police are okay with it, and I think I think that Christina Alcazar is a good friend of Robert Drum and his wife.
I mean,
And they
she's
called
on
her
the
up and
phone
said,
call. She's on the phone call on a body cam, on a body cam that I have. Okay,
let me tell you
Amy
something.
Hodgkins, and Stephanie Claiborne, the wife, are on the phone call, falsifying, pretending that they're witnesses. She says she doesn't know Dorothy. She wasn't there, but she's telling this investigator that I know everything about. She's given him the narrative that this investigator is going with.
Well, what are the odds that the one person that is a fake witness, Robert Drum has his wife? I mean, was she there for like emotional support? Was she there to comfort Christina Alcazar while she makes her statement? Was she there to give credibility to it? You know, we don't know really, but all that information is
Given to the FBI, given to the Department of Justice.
FBI. They have access to. I mean, we already know they have access to your phone records without getting a warrant. They don't need a warrant to go through that. We know how that works. They have all that information. And you know, when I was talking to the Department of Justice the other day, when I told them that the officer, the primary investigator that falsified Mustafa's statements, I said his wife was on the line, on the phone call, with this fake witness. I mean, the look of shock on their faces. So he says, "How do you know the wife was there? How do you know?"
How did you know? I have the police body cam.
And I took out my phone and I showed him the video. I mean, he was shocked that an investigator would have his wife, who does not work for the police department, to be on an active investigation with a falsified witness.
I mean,
Okay,
this is
and
2
now-
days. This is 2 days into the vehicle accident. This is April 7th.
And now they're both online I mean, who has this dedication to go every single night?
Remember
on a
what?
bike rack?
Remember what Major Terry? Remember what Major Terry with the sheriff department says? He came up to me. He says we have a budget with the sheriff office to look at and watch your social media. Oh, you have a budget, sir? I think we know where this budget is going to. It's going to Stephanie Claiborne Drum and Amy Hodgkins, aka Christine Alcazar.
Yeah.
I mean, you have two ladies that have no life but is dedicated to being on here every day for Mustafa Aljazairi's case. Now, I find that interesting. Either you're complete strangers or you're involved in this case. And what's your relationship to this case?
I don't think anybody would do this out of just the randomness. I don't think this person is going to go every day live just for the heck of it.
I mean,
you know?
think about it. Hassan, think about it. Think about it. Mustafa had an active lawsuit against the police department. And then all of a sudden, he gets in a vehicle accident. And then within 2 days, you have the wife of this investigator and Amy Hodgkins, who is claimed that she's from Iraq, that her husband is from Iraq. And then when you look up her husband, her husband's brother is a 2-star general that used to unalive the Iraqis who unalived Americans. Who are you, man? Who exactly are you? And what's your relationship that I find you on a body cam 2 days into this vehicle accident? I think the FBI is going to get to the bottom of it.
Exactly. And what communications did you have with Blake?
I'll tell you something interesting.
Blake Weiner is Mustafa's attorney, and she's over there on her live chat talking about, she talked to a lawyer that told her this, that, and she's given out specific details that only Mustafa's lawyer would know.
You know what I find interesting? We find Blake Weiner, when you reached out to him, he said, "I'm not taking the case." And then Christina Alcazar calls him, and then within half an hour, he calls us and he said, "Your brother is innocent." You haven't even looked at the evidence.
Exactly.
At the time, the discovery wasn't out, the evidence wasn't out. You had a fuzzy portion of a dash camera, and then this lawyer all of a sudden turns from 0 to 100. He says, "Your brother is innocent," right after he talked to Christina Alcazar. And then within a week, Within a week, an Iraqi girl shows up in my life. I've never met an Iraqi girl in my life. This Iraqi girl reaches out to me on social media, says, "Your brother is innocent. I am so sorry about your brother," and then starts a relationship with me, and then comes with $20,000, exactly what this lawyer is asking for, who Christina Al-Khazai just talked to. You want to tell me that these are all random facts? I don't think
I mean,
so.
they're not random, and you know, the DOJ knows about it. I mean, now they do. They know where Blake's money came from, and the fact that they pretended, this Christine Al-Khazai and Boha pretended like they didn't know each other, but yet I remember when you introduced them over the phone, right? It was a three-way call, and they were just meeting at the time, like over the phone. And in that same conversation, Baha tells Christine that I just sent you something. I just sent your husband something from Amazon. I ordered it for you. And I'm thinking back to that phone call. I'm thinking, if you just met her, how did you already make an order for her? And how did you send it to her address if you claim you just met her that day on that phone call? Okay? I mean, later we find out that they've been friends for a long time. They've known each other, obviously. And I don't know what conversations they had with Blake prior to him taking the case. But at the time, Christine Al-Khazai she had reached out to us, claiming that she's a civil rights advocate.
Yep.
She has heard about Mustafa's story.
I mean, that's the same thing that Doha said. That she heard about Mustafa Al-Jazari. I want to be here for Mustafa. I want to give $20,000 for Mustafa. And then it's the same amount of money that all of a sudden Blake Weiner is asking for?
And Doha says, don't tell anybody. She says, don't tell anybody that I'm bringing this money when I come down to Virginia.
You know what Christine Al-Khazai said? Christine Al-Khazai said, I gave Doha that money. Exactly.
She said, I gave her that money. So, hold on a second. You're telling me that the so-called witness against Mustafa hired him a lawyer only to do what? To conceal the evidence in the case? I mean, let's be real.
Look, your brother...
When I first talked to Blake, okay, when I first talked to him, he said that he was not taking the case. And at the time, Christine Al-Khazai, who was this civil rights advocate, she was on the phone with us. It was a three-way call. Okay? And I actually, I have that call recorded. So, he says, I'm not taking the case.
I remember that conversation.
And then we hang up the phone, and within 20 minutes, he calls me back, and he's telling me that my brother's innocent. I mean, you know, to be honest with you, at the time, I was thinking, like, we're not really thinking at the time. You know, we're just thinking, we need a lawyer for Mustafa, and we found a lawyer. Like, that's what we were thinking. But it turns out that Christine Al-Khazai had called him in that 20-minute time frame and told him to take the case. And what are the odds that Blake Weiner asks for 20 grand and Christine Al-Khazai gives Doha 20 grand to bring to Virginia?
In cash. In cash.
In cash, and she pays him 20 grand.
At the time, she knows, I'm not working. I'm fighting for Mustafa. We're protesting. And then someone comes out and gives you $20,000 in cash? Okay? Come on now. Now, I remember specifically that Christine Al-Khazai always talks about her brother being in the FBI. Well, ma'am, your brother may be in the FBI, but in light of police body cams that are being released, they're investigating you. They're investigating you claiming to be Amy Hodgkins, watching everything and knowing everything, but you don't know anything. I mean, literally, that's what you say on body cam. I don't know, Dorothy. I wasn't there, but this is what happened. And I find it interesting that the investigator on the case, Investigator Drum, has his wife, who is now on social media, and is taking this Amy Hodgkins seriously. I mean, when you listen to what Amy Hoskins is saying, it's all hearsay. All of it is hearsay. You're telling me you don't know Dorothy. You were never there. You didn't witness anything. But this is what I know happened. Really? And then you're gonna take that and you're gonna put it in the police report as a witness? Interesting. We're gonna listen to the body cam of Investigator Drum, Amy Hodgkins, and Investigator Drum's fat wife, Stephanie Claiborne Drum. This is not me saying it. She's literally, I mean, look at her picture. I'm sorry, sir. She's just as fat as you are. All right, we're gonna listen to that phone call conversation. I'm gonna take a break, and we will be back, and we'll talk more.
Hello?
Hi, is Miss Elizabeth Lee?
Yes, it is.
Hey, Miss Lee. My name is Investigator Drum. I work for the Prince William County Crash Investigation.
That's why I answered. I had a feeling it was going to be you.
So, I hear you observed what had happened on the day of the collision, and I am calling to...
It was awful.
Alright, well, go ahead from beginning to end, like you're telling me a story.
Okay, give me just a second. I'm a nurse, and I am printing up orders for a patient.
Oh, do your thing.
And as soon as I do that...
There we go.
Granddaughter.
This is the body cam that I wanted to play. Let's listen to this. All right, I'll be back.
Yes, sir. Hello.
Hi.
Dale?
Is this Amy Hodgson?
No, this is Dale.
Okay, well, I got a phone call in reference to a Miss Hodgson. She called in
Oh,
and used this number for us to call her back.
oh, okay, no problem. Yeah, let me get her for you.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I'm going to forward this email I got to you right now. Miss Hodgson,
Yeah.
my name is Investigator Drum. I work for the Prince William County Crash Unit. I got a very interesting email from you, or at least a email from communications about information you had in reference to the crash that occurred the other night.
Yes.
So, can you tell me what you know?
I can. Can you give me 1 second and let me, can you give me 1 second?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. 1 second.
You got your email open?
No, I stepped out of class. Take a call.
She knows about the accident. She said it was planned by the husband.
How does she know that?
I'm going to ask those questions.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that.
No, you're good. So tell me
Okay.
how you know, tell me how you know Miss Dorothy.
Okay, I don't know her. I know one of her daughters.
You know one of her daughters.
Her older daughter, Kylie,
Okay.
the little girl that came to the hospital yesterday.
Okay.
I don't know, were you there at the hospital?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So, my granddaughter goes to school with Kylie,
Okay.
the older sibling. I have known about her mother and a little bit about her stepfather for a while now. Kylie was removed from the home. Apparently there's been a lot of abuse, neglect, malnourishment, all that with the other children in the house.
Okay.
Actually, Kylie's mother was supposed to have no contact with Kylie through CPS or DC I don't know what they call it now, but however, she was still having contact with Kylie. So this is how I'm coming to know of a little bit of this situation. So I'm just trying to give you a little bit of the background of how I know.
Okay.
So Kylie knows a lot about what's going on with her mother and the boyfriend. Apparently the boyfriend is like psycho abusive.
Okay.
And from what I was understood was that he was basically forcing the mother to abuse the other children in the house.
Okay. And, and why? How do we know that?
That the daughter
Okay.
is saying that, and also the neighbor.
Okay.
The day of the accident, he left the other children in the home alone and refused to take them with him.
Okay.
And he supposedly told the mother, "Come on, let's go," and then the little girl.
Okay.
And none of those are his biological children.
Okay.
He supposedly said to the mom, let's, I want to take you and the little girl, because he was pissed off at her and the little girl.
And we know this through your daughter?
Through the daughter, her other daughter.
So Kylie.
And the neighbor. Kylie and the neighbor are saying these things. The neighbor knows quite a bit about...
Are you talking about Miss Kim?
I don't know her name.
Okay.
It's the neighbor of the mother, wherever she's living.
Yep. Okay. We've talked to her.
Okay, so, and then supposedly he left the hospital and got stitched up and left before you guys got there and went and got the children. Well, I guess you already know this.
Okay.
That he went and got the children because they were home alone.
Okay.
And he got back to the house and he acted like he didn't know anything. What happened? I don't know what's going on. Well, okay, my daughter, which is, the mother of my grandkids, Kylie called me yesterday crying, and I couldn't even understand what she was saying. Because Kylie's become kind of like part of the family for us, because we know her situation, and we've kind of taken her in as like a step, daughter, kind of.
Okay.
Well, then their house caught on fire. Kylie was home alone. Caught their house on fire by accident. So the place that they're living now is temporary housing.
Okay.
Until their house is being finished, supposedly. So that is why Kylie is not with the mother and the other children. But supposedly he came back to the house because he left the children alone. And came and got the children and then took them to the neighbors and left.
Okay. So, the message that we got said it was all planned by the husband. Why do you think it was planned by the husband?
And that's what apparently Kylie and the neighbor believe, is that he has said before that he was going to kill her. And that the day that he left, why didn't he take the other children? And it was just like he wasn't really going anywhere specific. It was almost like it was all intentional. I'm going to go do this and I'll be right back.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Okay. So
his veering off into the other lane was intentional.
So what you know is through Kylie and the Miss Kim, the best friend.
Yeah, the neighbor, yes.
Okay.
I just know her as the neighbor. Kylie, have you spoke to Kylie?
We have there are special detectives that do interviews with children.
Children, right.
And they are doing that today.
Okay, good.
So they will get that information hopefully from the children.
Well, I think you're going to get a lot of information you're not going to expect, because Kylie knows a lot about what's going on. That poor girl has been through... These are children that have fallen through the cracks.
Okay.
or another one that's fallen through the cracks with the CPS or whatever, because CPS is aware. I mean, obviously they took Kylie, from her. The mother wasn't even supposed to be having contact with Kylie. But Kylie would call me and she'd be like, my mom is calling me. My mom wants money from me. My mom is making me smoke pot. My mom is making me, take drugs. And then she's telling people, look, she's a druggie. And I mean, all kinds of crazy, just heartbreaking stuff.
Okay. All right.
But I think if you're careful, you're going to get a lot of information from Kylie.
Oh, absolutely.
She knows a lot. She's very smart for her age because she's been through a lot.
Okay, well, I will give the detectives a call.
Yeah, definitely. I think Kylie and the neighbor is going to have a lot of information. But when I heard that, I was like, man, you guys need to know this because he did it on purpose.
Okay. Well, we'll make those phone calls, and I appreciate you taking my time.
Thank you so much. Yeah, no problem. Because, like I said, when Kylie called me yesterday, because she didn't have anybody else. Her dad was at work, and her grandmother is out of town. So she called me. I live in Locust Grove.
Okay.
And my daughter lives in Prince William County, and my grandkids in Prince William County. And I was ready to go, and then I called my daughter. I said, look, you're closer than I am. And she said, Mom, I'll go get her right now.
And that's Kylie Clapp.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, let me give Kylie a call.
Okay.
And then we'll talk to her. How old is she?
I believe she's had a birthday in October. I think she turns 14 or 15 because she actually celebrated her birthday with us. Not even her own family.
Okay.
She was with us on her last birthday.
Well, let me give Kylie a call.
Okay, and Kylie also knows the number to him, has his phone number.
Yeah, well, we have his phone.
Okay, good.
Awesome. All right, well, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. If you need anything else, let me know.
All right, take care.
Thank you, you too. Stay safe out there. Yes, sir. Hello.
Hi.
Bill?
That was interesting. All right, what we're gonna do, let's see. All right, I'll be right back, okay? I gotta go get something really quick. What we're gonna do is we're gonna change the screen to, we're gonna switch up the screen. Hang on 1 second. There we go. All right, Char, come on up. Dre, come on up, sir. Where is our beautiful, beautiful Casey? Casey, come on up. Your account is private, so you have to send in a request to bring you up. Casey, Shelly, come on up, ma'am. Missed you. Bustos, let me know if you want to come up. Sent your request. Char, how are you, ma'am? I missed you so much. You have no idea.
Shelly's here. Have Shelly come on.
Shelly, come on up, ma'am. Bustos, how are you, ma'am?
Good. How are you?
Doing all right, ma'am. Doing okay. There you go. Yeah, interesting conversations. Exactly. Let's have a conversation.
Christine's live. Let's
I
see
mean,
what he's got to say.
Exactly. Let's bring him up.
He said that you won't let him in to talk.
That is not true.
Say his piece.
Glenn. That is not true. Have I blocked you, sir? You're not blocked. You're always welcome to come into this live and let's shed some light on what's happening here. Now, we're all trying to find out what happened. Okay. Why is it that you're terrified? Why did you delete your emails? Why did you delete your cell phones? Were you not counting?
From that day on Facebook.
Huh?
Why did you delete his comments on Facebook?
Why? I have them I screenshot the comments on day one. He went on Facebook on the police department and he wrote a narrative for Mustafa. His narrative. Amy Hotchkiss' narrative. the police department's narrative. Now, in the name of transparency, we want everybody's cell phone subpoenaed. I mean, why is that so terrifying? I mean, if I have nothing to hide, I shouldn't be upset at my cell phone getting subpoenaed. I mean, Mustafa is begging for his cell phone to be subpoenaed. Like that, he's literally telling this lawyer, "Did you subpoena? Did you bring in my? Did you look in my cell phone? Did you look in my in Dorothy's cell phone?" I mean, what's going on here? You want to say that Mustafa's guilty, but yet he's begging for the police to bring out his evidence, and the police department's like, no, we can't bring out the evidence. Huh?
Come on, Glenn.
They won't.
Have some balls, just like you said Amar didn't have. Have some balls and come up.
Come on, buddy. As a matter of fact, turn on your camera and let's come on here and have a conversation. We're only having a conversation.
Have some brass balls this time.
Okay? Like, I'm not talking shit. I mean, all right, let's really talk. Have I ever talked shit about Glenn Ford? I mean, I don't even know the guy. Okay? I'm only investigating the guy through his body cams. And now I'm going to be investigating him through his police record. I'm investigating him through his cell phone. I'm investigating him through the other individuals that are intertwined with the Mustafa Aljazairi's case. I mean, is that something to be upset about? I mean, why so heartbroken, sweetheart? I mean, I don't understand the animosity here.
Shit. Sorry about that. I couldn't hold the bag.
Hi, Maha.
Is Maha here? Oh, Maha, come on up. Come on up. Come on up. Up.
I don't think
up,
you have another
up.
square
Come
left.
join the crew.
Come on. Oh man, Shelly, I love you I love when you're here. Okay. Let's see. We don't have. Are we not having enough squares?
We
Yeah,
were
you should have
talking
it.
for
Maybe I can change the. No, I think we have 2 more squares. Maha, come on up. Shelly, come on up.
We
Okay.
have 4 more squares. You're allowed 9, up to 9, 8 or 9.
Maha.
Where'd she go?
There
There
we
she is.
go.
Where's Shelly?
Shelly,
what
I think you can come up.
There's that
Try
beautiful young
coming.
girl.
Try coming up. Let's see if I can send you a request. There we go.
I think you gotta change your squares
Is it okay?
to
All right.
9.
All right, I got you. I got you.
You know, if Maha and I get married, she'll move up in life because she'll go from ALJ to ALE.
Look, we're gonna give
Still
you.
running
We're
from
gonna
her
give you.
ass.
We're gonna give you Doha. Can we give you Doha?
Hold on, Shelly. He's trying to change the squares.
Can we give you Doha? Oh, we'll give you Amy Hotchkiss. How about that? She's like, fuck this bullshit.
I was gonna say she comes as a package with
Apparently,
How
exactly.
about Fergie? We'll give
Oh
you her.
man, Furby.
Fergie.
You gotta change the squares. Oh my God.
He stole my trash can. Fuck you and your trash can, lady.
Control.
Why is Shelly not up here?
He's trying to change the
Don't
squares.
let me tell your daddy. I mean, oh man, no man, come on man. Like you're gonna make me this small? I don't want to be on the live anymore. That's it. I give up. You know what? I'm just gonna stay in my shipping container.
You look good that small.
Butterfly is in the
Did you
house.
just say I look good in that shipping container? I'm just gonna stay in my shipping container, eat my rations, okay? All right, and wait on doing what I'm told to do. I mean, shit, I didn't do anything, okay? For a guy that's not doing anything and is only following orders, they're sure writing up a lot of motions against him. Do they not realize that I've got immunity, motherfucker?
Are they talking over there in the other room?
No, they're all in here. Dewey girl's in here. Gwen's in here. They're all in here. Danielle and Alec is in here.
Wait, can you
Yeah,
wait,
like
can you change it? I don't like this.
Alec is in here.
Wait, can
They're all in here. Charlie.
I don't like this.
Alec is in here. Look at that. Charlie.
Do it. Do it. Do it. Get up on the mic.
Charlie, that's me.
Dre, I think you're in love, sir. I think you're in love with Dewey Girl.
I like talking to her. I mean, chatting to her.
Come on, man. Next thing you're gonna tell me. Next thing you're gonna tell me you're. Next
She
thing.
told me the other day on your page that I'm gaslighting.
Next thing you're gonna tell me that you're in love with Stephanie Claiborne Drum. Sir, Kate is married. Okay. This whole.
I told you what, a couple months back, she came into my messenger and sent me an invite to come to Christine's room.
No.
And then she sent me another invite to click on, and I didn't know what it was.
Look, we're only.
And it took me to Christine's page.
Look.
And Christine messaged me
Look,
a
man,
few
this
hours later and said, "Hey, Dre, I seen you checking out my profile." I said, "Wait a minute now."
This wormhole that we're going down through. Okay,
I
can
said,
we?
Wait a minute now. Kate was the one that sent me your profile pic. I didn't know what the hell I was clicking on. I said,
Okay,
that's why I was on your profile.
let me ask you a question. Is it fair that we only want to talk to real people? Like, if you're willing to turn on your camera, if you're willing to tell us who you are, we'll have you in our live. But we're not gonna sit here with the police department creating fake profiles and talking to us, pretending that they're normal people. Is that fair to say? I mean,
you know, Christine is not getting on live.
Why? Because she's Amy Hodgkins? I mean, I'm just asking questions.
It sure sounds like her.
It sure sounds like her. You know, when we put her through an app to match voices, it tells you this is Amy Hodgkins. This is Christina Alcazai. I mean, we're just
look. A while ago when that Kate was playing, I said a couple weeks ago, and I said this tonight. I said Robert Drum talking to this person who was from Amy. I said that sounds like Christine.
And what is Stephanie Claiborne Drum sounds like? It sure sounds like Kate. I mean, like, prove us wrong. I mean, can you turn on your camera and show us who you are? You seem to be dedicated for the Mustafa Aljazairi's case, right? I mean, I'm here. You're here.
I mean, they all have one thing in common. They're scared to turn on their camera.
You're scared to turn on their camera.
Because when they show up to court, when she shows up to court as, I don't know, Amy Hodgson, she thinks nobody's going to find out.
The FBI is all over it.
Also, look, the last time that they had court, didn't they say that the girls, the women that were there that left with, I believe, Glenn Ford, were wearing wigs?
Mm-hmm. That's at Glen Hill, the sheriff.
Okay, whoever it was, but they were wearing wigs.
Mm-hmm.
Look, we're...
Amar, I was looking through Christina Alcazai's emails that she was sending to, like, delegates. She was sending to, I think, the congressperson of our area. She was claiming that she's talking about Mustafa.
Yeah.
Right? She was writing up this story about how he was abused.
Shelly, how are you, man?
How he was, how they put him on solitary confinement. And I pulled up all of her emails, and it's something that I didn't really notice.
Yeah.
One time I kept asking her to forward what she was sending these government officials.
Yeah.
And what she forwarded to me were emails that she was sending to herself. And there was only one email where she was contacting a senator, and she referred to herself as Christina Villa, which, I guess it's normal to you to change your identity when you're talking to government officials. If it's that easy for you to go as Christina Villa or Amy Hodgkins, it's so easy for you to falsify your identity when you're talking to, if you're writing a letter to a senator, don't you think you would sign off with your official government?
I mean, here's a question. I heard that she talks about our family working for Saddam Hussein, and we've unalived a lot of Iraqis. We've worked with Saddam. Now, my dad's history is very clear. That he was against Saddam. Um, we believe in the new Iraq. We believe in what America is doing in Iraq and bringing democracy into Iraq. As a matter of fact, my father is heavily involved with the new Iraq. Me and my brother Mohammed, we took civilian contracts in Iraq, believing in what we're doing in Iraq. Now,
I mean,
it's
all
funny.
over C-SPAN. Really, it's all over C-SPAN. If you look up our dad's name, you'll
Exactly.
see
You don't have to take my word for it. Go look up
You'll
C-SPAN.
look up where he stands on the issue. For her to put out misinformation, it's
No.
it's an effort by the police department to change the narrative, to say that Mustafa was a bad person. Look at his dad. Look at his mom. You know, she thinks that people that are passing by her live, they're gonna just listen to that BS, and they're gonna be like, "Oh, he deserves it." I mean, look at his dad. Based on what this woman is saying, they don't know that this is a lunatic. They don't know that this person falsified her identity and claimed to be a witness.
No.
I mean, she's the witness that knows everything, but knows nothing.
Interesting.
Okay?
Now,
She's the witness. She knows everybody.
Mohammed,
but she doesn't know anybody.
Mohammed, let me ask you a question. Now, when you look up her husband's brother is her husband's from Iraq. Her husband's brother is a 2-star general that led 5,000 troops for Saddam against America. Who the fuck is your husband again? A 2-star general for Saddam's army? Oh, get the fuck out of here. Okay? Now, this is literally pulling up who Christine Al-Khazai is, literally pulling up who her husband is, who his brother is. Okay? So what the fuck are you talking about working for Saddam, lady? Now, I find it interesting that 2 days into the vehicle accident, you have a lady who her husband is from Iraq, who her husband is on the other side of the fence against what we believe in, is calling investigator Drum on a police body cam with the investigator's wife. Now, when you take a step back and you look at Mustafa has an active lawsuit against the police department. How hard is it? I mean, according to the police themselves, on their own body cam, when they got on the scene, when Mustafa was laying in front of his vehicle, Officer Casey Fine says, "We've been watching Mustafa. I radioed Officer Duplessis. We've been watching Mustafa." Now, how hard is it to have someone from Iraq who is watching Mustafa? I mean, if I was the police department and I have this guy that's have a major lawsuit against me, I mean, who am I going to have on my team to watch Mustafa other than an Iraqi himself? Okay? I mean, how hard is it for someone like Christine Al-Khazai to have been involved with watching Mustafa for a while now? I mean, you're telling me within 2 days of the vehicle accident, you have a police body? This is April 7th. This is April 7th. The vehicle accident happened on April 5th. Within 2 days, you have an Iraqi lady that call in and then give this investigator a narrative?
She wrote up a whole essay or something. She wrote up something to the police department.
Who are you emailing this to?
She emailed a letter to the police department.
Email?
She emailed a letter to the police department, and Drum is heard on that phone call telling his wife, "I'm going to email it to you." So Robert Drum is actively sharing information from the police department with his wife, who does not work for the police department, and she happens to be on this phone call with a witness. I mean, can you imagine a civilian being in the middle of a so-called investigation, and he's emailing her documents? You mean the same documents that were sealed? He's actively sharing it with his wife for her to share with this person across state lines? and they want to talk about everything being under seal.
Look, we're just having conversations, okay? We're all trying to get to the bottom of this. In light of police body cams that are being released, I think it's fair to have conversations, okay? But, you know, I'll tell you one thing. These conversations are no longer just being had on this live with members of this community. The FBI and the DOJ are now investigating. I mean, before, they can only go off by police reports. Their access is limited in light of the Commonwealth Amy Ashworth sealing off the body cam. When you have police reports that are falsified, the FBI and the Department of Justice can only access police reports. And then, literally, every police report has been falsified in the Mustafa Aljazairi case. And for the past 19 months, they can only go off falsified police reports. Now, in light of police body cams being released, now the DOJ and the FBI and are preview to police body cams when they're investigating the Mustafa Aljazairi case.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah, man. Hallelujah. And we have a lawyer that was never there for Mustafa. I mean, look.
Even Blake says, the one thing I find really odd is that the police department claimed, in this audio that we have, they claim that Robert Drum also recorded the phone call on his body camera. So, I mean...
Where's the body cam?
He said he recorded Mustafa's conversation.
There's no body cam. I can tell you, there is no body cam.
Internal Affairs, Sean Shelton, First Sergeant Sean Shelton, called us and told us that that Robert Drum recorded this phone call, that he heard it himself, this phone call, and that it was part of the case file since day one.
Wow.
So Blake goes through all this discovery, and Blake tells me the other day.
Should I access my mainframe here?
Look.
No body cam.
Blake said,
No body cam. No body cam. There is no body cam. I can tell you 100% that Robert Drum did not record that conversation. The only conversation that was recorded is by Muhammad. Muhammad recorded that conversation, and that's how their recording ended up in evidence.com. Jesus fucking Christ.
Exactly. So Blake says, I can't find this conversation anywhere in the evidence. You know what else I can't find? I can't find the body cam of the D.C. police officer that first responded to the accident, and he's the first person that made contact with Dorothy.
I promise you, we're gonna get that body cam.
So, and then there's an affidavit by that same D.C. officer stating that he arrived on the scene at 6:37, okay, and that he activated his body-worn camera and then approached the vehicle. And then you can see him in the body cams. He's wearing an all-white shirt,
Yep.
and you can see a body cam in the middle of his chest. And in his sworn testimony,
Yep.
he said that he activated his body cam. So why is that body cam missing out of all this evidence? The key evidence is missing. You're missing the last couple of seconds from Mustafa's dash camera. You're missing the audio. You're missing this DC police officer's body camera. You're missing Robert Drum's recording. Okay? And then you have all these discrepancies with Empress's medical records. Okay? Now,
While you go over that, I'm gonna go grab something real quick. I'll be right back, okay? But that's really important. I'll be right back.
so they claim that we know that Empress was transported through ambulance. We know that for a fact. It's on the body cam. It's in the medical report. But the surgeon that wrote up the summary, and he basically he continued off Empress's medical records. He claims that Empress came in through airlift, which is not true. We know that's not true. Now, when you look at the paramedic notes, some of the notes say that she was transported by ambulance, and then in another note where they're taking her vitals, it says that she arrived at the hospital I think 30 minutes after the car accident. And it's not true because the hospital records show that she arrived there after an hour. And I mean, to have so many discrepancies in a case like this, it's just odd. I mean, they based on the medical record, they did some kind of surgery to Empress, and the surgeon says that she responded well to it. But then all of a sudden, a doctor comes in and says that they're gonna pull the plug on her. I mean, for a surgeon to claim
Who gave them permission? Who gave them permission to unplug her? Wasn't the dad supposed to?
Okay. Casey, exactly. You're right. So, why would a doctor make that decision, even though Empress had good vitals, she had good blood pressure, she had a good pulse, a good respiration rate? Why would a doctor decide we're no longer going to keep her alive before her family is contacted? Why would they do that? Especially when the surgeon, right before that, stated they did I forget the exact term, an explorative, something. They did some kind of surgery, okay?
Yeah.
Exploratory.
Yeah.
Did they think that she didn't have any other family around, that's why they made that decision?
Well, this was after, here's the thing. So, you can see on the body cams from on the scene that Officer Casey Fines, within the first 30 minutes, claims that from Officer Duplessis, he was able to get Mustafa's name, he was able to get Dorothy's name, he was able to get all the children's names. But yet you have Empress being sent to the hospital as Jane Doe with no information, no name, no address, no information whatsoever. But on the scene, in the first 30 minutes, you have Officer Casey Fines and I think Investigator Drum and Investigator Mason, Officer Sermon, who were at the hospital. These people are on the scene claiming that they got Mustafa's name, they got Dorothy's name, and they got all the other children's names. And he says the children that were, I think he said something about patrol watching Mustafa a couple days prior. He said, is that the same child that he was with when patrol was out? Now, if you have all this information within the first 30 minutes, why is Empress still transported to the hospital as Jane Doe? Why is she still Jane Doe up until the next day at the hospital?
That's why I'm saying, did the doctors not have information that there was other family out there? You know, like they're making it seem like she was the only child, and that's probably why they pulled the plug.
You know, honestly, I'm not sure. But in the same notes, you have in the same system basically. You have notes where the nurse said that Mustafa, before being discharged, was asking to stand by Empress. We actually, the whole family said we want to stay by Empress. Okay, and the nurse said, she said you're not blood related, so no, you can't stand by her side. And Mustafa was crying at that point, and he pleaded with the nurse to let him just stand by her. And the nurse said, I'm sorry, unfortunately, I can't let you because you're not her biological father. Okay? And then a couple hours later, I think about 2 hours later, when we were with Tanisha Coleman, the neighbor, we called the hospital. Her and I and Mustafa called the hospital. And again, you know, we were trying to go back to the hospital to stand by Empress, because at that time they're still saying that no family has been located. She said this poor girl is all by herself in the ICU, and we're trying to locate family. So Mustafa begged and pleaded with this nurse, even over the phone, to let us just stand by her side. And the nurse said, she said, I'm sorry. There's nothing that I can do. And that's all documented in the medical, in the nurse's notes. Okay. So, you know, how is it that Mustafa's not allowed to stand by her side, even though she was a passenger in his vehicle? We're not allowed to stand by her side, but yet they allow Glenn Ford, a stranger, to come in and stand by Empress after she had passed. I mean, it doesn't make any sense, you know. Like if you're gonna follow a standard, either you follow the standards or you don't. Okay? And if Empress needed anybody to stand by her side, it was right there. I mean, that was the most crucial time that you could have somebody stand by this little girl.
Or Glenn Ford lied and said he was her father.
No, actually, in the notes it says that he was the ex-boyfriend, and they still let him.
Okay.
I know out here if they can't get a hold of a next of kin, they have to get a court order to take her off. Take that person off that life support.
You know, and then the brother apparently tells the police, I signed a whole bunch of paperwork. But that's after the hospital had pulled the plug on this little girl.
He didn't care about those kids anyway. Just Jaden. What a mess. But I don't know. See, I told you guys Glenn Ford's seen her.
It's sad, but you guys are slowly bringing out the truth as to what has happened and how it has happened.
And what is happening.
I mean, it's odd to see that the hospital said, a surgeon says that she was airlifted. They put her in as a 6-month-old, and then they change it later to a 6-year-old. But they still keep this note about her, how she was transported in. They claim that she was airlifted when we know for a fact that she was transported through ambulance. So, I mean, why the huge discrepancy? You know, I mean, our primary question was, why didn't they airlift her? I mean, if you have a child that is in a critical condition and she's going to a faraway hospital, why not airlift her? And we heard the paramedic tell the officer that when he said, does he need airlift? And the paramedic says, no. So why not allow Empress to get on the airlift? Why not give her the life-saving treatment that she needed? Okay, but they go around and I don't know if it's a mistake. I don't know if they falsified it. I don't know if it's the cover-up
What did I
or
miss?
a mistake, or whatever the case may be.
Where did
But
I
we
miss?
know that this 5-year-old should have been airlifted.
Are you guys having a party without me?
Jerm already considered them on that one video. He says, don't worry about those bodies. You guys follow him. Wherever he goes, you guys fucking follow him.
Exactly. It's
So
as if,
he
you know,
figured they were passed away already.
I think it's as if they wanted them to pass away.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the reasoning is, but
To get back at Mustafa.
they just wanted to say that these two people were unalived in this car accident, and they've already formed a narrative within the first 30 minutes. Now, you know, mind you that when Drum says, I want you to follow Mustafa to the hospital, okay? When he says, follow him wherever he goes, okay? And then somebody's telling him something about a witness statement, he says, leave it, follow him wherever he goes. And, you know, we see Chad Mason, we see Officer Sermon at the hospital interrogate Mustafa, accuse him of this and that and the other. You know, at that point, they haven't examined the roads. They haven't examined the vehicle. They haven't gotten statements from anybody, really. I mean, they haven't looked at anything. And they've already formed this narrative that Mustafa must be guilty for whatever reason. You know, he was being targeted. It's clear. The fact that they condemned him guilty within the first 30 minutes, prior to looking at the vehicle, prior to looking at the data recorder, prior to asking if somebody had a medical emergency, I mean, that was out of the question for them. That there's no way this is an accident. And
well, they made him guilty right as soon as they got that car to the sheriff, the sheriffs, and I'm gonna call it decapitated it. You know, they took the top off to make it look like they had to extract them, which they were already out of the vehicle.
Exactly. Nowhere in the discovery that you find a body cam where they're chopping up the vehicle. Now,
Exactly.
they chopped up the vehicle, they staged the vehicle, and they want to show up in court and say, Your Honor, jury, this is what the vehicle looks like. The vehicle was bent from here, the vehicle was crushed from here, the vehicle was crushed from here, and the narrative is that the prosecutor is telling the prosecution, she wants to tell the jury that Mustafa positioned the vehicle to crush Dorothy and 5-year-old Empress. Now, how are you going to tell the jury that this is what the vehicle looks like, this is what the vehicle is crushed, when your police department chopped up the vehicle and staged it, and nowhere in the police report that you see a body cam where they chopped up the vehicle? And and the narrative is that we chopped up the vehicle because we were extracting Dorothy and 5-year-old Empress. No, that's not true. The bystanders is who extracted Dorothy and Empress and Mustafa.
Exactly. They took them out before anybody else even got there.
Exactly.
So if the bodies were already out of the vehicle, what was the intention of decapitating? I don't know the right word.
Chopping up the vehicle.
The way that they did.
They used the jaw of life. Okay.
Exactly.
They used the jaw of life to chop up the vehicle. And now what they're saying. They're saying the reason that we chopped up the vehicle like this to get the CPU, the computer inside the vehicle. Well, as a mechanic, I know that the CPU is right under the hood that you can open, and there are two 10mm screws that you can literally unscrew and take the computer out. Why did you have to chop up the vehicle the way you did? Now, you didn't chop up the SUV the way this vehicle is chopped up to get the computer out of it. As a matter of fact, the computer for the SUV, you have some data, but not the complete data. They refuse to put the complete data in the discovery. Why? Because it's going to show the steering angle of the SUV turning into Mustafa after Mustafa cleared the vehicle. Now I find it interesting that the steering angle is nowhere in the discovery. Specifically when Investigator Mason and Investigator Drum on their own police body cam say she must have turned into him. So they say that she turned into Mustafa, that Mustafa cleared the SUV and she turned into him. Now, they say all these skid marks are his and she turned into him. And the paramedic says she's a PLS patient. PLS patient is that you don't have complete function in your upper, lower, it's a whole condition. But nowhere in the police report does it show that she's a PLS patient. Nowhere in the police report you have the steering angle of the SUV. And instead, what we have is a vehicle chopped up and staged for the jury.
Well, it's a good thing that you have on the body cam that she is a PLS patient.
Exactly. Now, I'm not saying it's her fault. I'm not blaming the lady. Okay? I'm simply saying that what she did contributed to the accident. She never hit the brake. She hit Mustafa's vehicle at full force. Mustafa cleared the vehicle only for her to turn into Mustafa's vehicle. And the point of impact is all the way at the end shoulder on the other side of traffic. Not in the middle. The investigator specifically... The fourth lane. That's not me saying it. That's the investigator, Drum and Investigator Mason saying it on their own police body cam. But does the police report reflect it? It's not. It doesn't say that on the police report. It's only on the police body cam.
And you can actually see in the photos of the roads, you can see where the vehicle impacted in the fourth lane. And he says she must have turned her to him. Now, why is it that when this independent expert that we hired, when he's trying to go look at the vehicle, everybody's like, nope, that vehicle's off limits.
Yep.
You can't look at that vehicle. I mean, why not?
We
Why
paid.
is he not allowed to look at the vehicle?
I paid $5,000 for an independent expert to show up on scene and to look at Mustafa's vehicle and the SUV and inspect it. Now, the police department inspected the vehicle, Mustafa's vehicle, and found out brake failure. They say the back passenger caliper doesn't work and the front caliper doesn't work. If you watch the police body cam, that's what they say. They say the back passenger caliper didn't work, the front caliper didn't work. Now, and they say specifically that when they inspected all around the brake, there are no brake lines that are damaged. So what does that tell you? That from the accident, it's not impacted from the accident. So this is brake failure. So we hired, according to the police department, the vehicle has brake failure. And in the police body cam, what did they say before they were inspecting the brakes? The investigator and the mechanic is telling the Investigator Davis and Investigator Romero, he's telling them, they're going through a checklist. We're going to be inspecting the brakes. If we found out brake failure, there you go. This is why the accident happened. And then they inspect the brake, and then they found out brake failure, that the caliper didn't work. Immediately, what do? They mute. Okay? They mute because they're so terrified that they found brake failure, and this is why the accident is happening. So we hired a crash investigator to inspect the vehicle and write up a report, go measure the roads, inspect the vehicle, and write up a report. So in court, it shows what's happening here. Instead, what we find on a body cam, our own lawyer, Casey Stevens, is standing there with the investigator that falsified the police report, that falsified Mustafa's police report, and with this crash investigator in the middle with the prosecutor, having a conversation about what is going on. And you have our own lawyer, Casey Stevens, is asking the investigator that falsified the police report in front of the independent crash investigator, what do you think happened? What do you see on the body cam? On the dash camera? He's asking him, did you see the dash camera? He's like, I didn't see the dash camera. Casey Stevens, the defense attorney, is saying, I didn't see the dash camera. Drum, what did you see on the dash camera? Now, I find it interesting that you're asking the crash investigator that we're telling you that falsified Mustafa's police report. As a matter of fact, gave you an audio where he falsified Mustafa's statement on the police report. Yet you're sitting there in front of an independent crash analyst asking this investigator that lied what you saw on the dash camera? What do you? They're trying to influence this independent crash investigator. I mean, if I was a crash investigator listening to a defense attorney talking to this crash investigator, doesn't know that the police report is falsified. He doesn't have access to the dash camera. They're not letting him watch the dash camera. The only material he has is the vehicle in front of him and what this crash investigator is talking about and what the defense attorney is talking about. And they're putting on a show for him right in front of him so that way he can say, fuck this guy. The prosecutor is there too. In what world is this okay? In what world do you find your defense attorney asking, and he doesn't even question the narrative of the investigator? This is Mustafa's defense attorney? You want to tell me this is the guy that's going to defend Mustafa? I say they're in cahoots. And then when you find out that this defense attorney had gotten in a vehicle accident in 2016, crashed a vehicle, was on a DUI, and the same crash investigator, Robert Drum, let him off the hook for crashing a vehicle, being on a DUI, and fleeing the scene. And he only got 90 days suspended. I say they have a relationship. I say they're working against Mustafa. I say they're trying to influence the independent analyst that we hired for Mustafa. As a matter of fact, after that conversation, we never got a written report of the vehicle being inspected. That crash analyst was told by Casey Stevens to not write a report only give him his finding in verbal, and his finding never showed up in court. It was never used in court. That crash analyst was never given the dash camera, never measured the roads. What he inspected never showed up in court. So you're telling me I give Casey Stevens $5,000 only to bring this guy that they're sitting there brainwashing, only to not investigate the vehicle and just say, he's guilty. I mean, look at what your own defense attorney is saying. Look at what this crash police officer is saying. Okay, I'm not going to inspect anything. I'm not going to write anything. Okay, I mean, the defense attorney is telling me not to write anything. Okay, case closed. I'm not going to write anything.
And he told us. We called him afterwards. We called him when we hired Blake Weiner. We called him and I asked him, I said, do you remember the MUSTAFA ALJAZAIRI case? And he went back into his notes and he's like, oh yeah, actually I remember. I did that case. I was the one that came out and inspected it. I said, so, where's the report to your inspection? He said, Casey Stevens told me not to write up a report. And that whatever findings I had, to just tell him verbally.
How does that make any sense?
I said, okay, well, we paid for that service. Can we get a summary of the report? And he says, it's got to go through Casey Stevens. And at some point, Blake Weiner was very interested in this report. He was extremely interested. He's like, you guys paid $5,000 for this company to come out and inspect your brother's vehicle. And Casey Stevens had the right to that inspection. Okay? So Blake Weiner gets in an argument with Casey Stevens' partner, who shows up to all of Mustafa's hearings, apparently. Okay? They had a verbal argument in the hallway because Casey Stevens' partner was telling Blake Weiner that she does not want to give him anything related to Mustafa. Okay? And then Blake Weiner gets in a verbal argument with her and then threatens to file a motion in court to force Casey Stevens to give him all of Mustafa's files. Mainly this independent expert's examination of the vehicle. And I guess shortly after, Casey Stevens' partner said that she was going to email him everything. There's no need for a court order. There's no need to go to court over this. And that she was going to send it to Blake Weiner. Now, Blake Weiner highlighted that this is a very important inspection of the vehicle. Because if police are saying there's brake failure, then this independent expert is going to focus in on these issues, okay? And then he's going to definitively give us an answer to it. And now, all of a sudden, Blake Weiner says, it's not important.
I mean,
Well,
Blake... Exactly.
Did you get the report? It's not important. We're asking you if you got the report from Casey Stevens. Did you follow up with this company to get what this inspection identified? It's not important.
You know...
But you told us that once you find out, if you find out in the discovery that the police had identified that this dash camera had audio at some point, okay? He said he was going to go through the discovery and he's going to see if there's any evidence to suggest that this dash camera had audio and the police either deleted it or lost it, whether intentionally or unintentionally. He said, if I find out that there's a suggestion or a hint that this dash cam had audio, I'm going to bring in an expert, an IT expert, to examine the camera and the SD cards. Good night, sir. Thank you.
You know, he said, Mohammed, he said he spoke to Rexon Dash Camera, the company, and specifically they told him if this dash camera has a feature that it has an on and off button for audio. If the on button for audio is on, 100% it has audio, and then once they can retrieve it. Now, Officer Zymus in the discovery with the digital forensic with the police department, there's a document that says the audio feature is on and the audio and this dash camera has audio. So why is he not getting an expert to inspect the dash camera, specifically after he said that if it has audio, I'm gonna hire an independent expert.
Exactly. I mean, they're claiming that Mustafa was arguing. They're claiming that he did this intentionally, right? But if you have the audio, you don't need to go look for a lip reader. You don't have to rely on body language. I mean, we have Drum himself at the police impound stating that Dorothy and him were arguing about court or something.
So he heard the content of the conversation.
You just told us that you heard the content of the argument or this supposed conversation, okay? And she was screaming, "No, Moses, no." How do you know she was saying that? Because the prosecutor in court said that if I get a lip reader, she's gonna say, "No Empress is in the car." But now here you're saying she's saying, "No, Moses, no."
You know what I find interesting?
We don't have to go far. We don't really have to go far. We could just look at the report from the forensic expert that examined this camera, and she stated in her report that the audio feature was in fact turned on, that the file did have a visible audio track. That's her words, okay? And all of a sudden, mysteriously, this audio disappears. When they've never mentioned that.
Exactly.
This is exculpatory evidence.
Exactly. Shelley was there. Shelley was there, and she heard the prosecutor say it had audio in the previous days. So there is videos on the SD card that it has audio. Now my question is, the prosecutor is asking about Mustafa's driving, specifically when he's driving with Dorothy. I mean, the investigators say that there are videos on this dash camera that shows Mustafa door dashing with Dorothy, and they're saying Mustafa is a reckless driver. Mustafa, why not bring the videos when he's door dashing with Dorothy? Okay, they specifically wrote a warrant to avoid the videos that shows when he was door dashing with Dorothy the day before, and when Kim Coleman, the neighbor, is in the car. They specifically left that out. And then Blake Weiner doesn't want to subpoena those videos. And you want to tell me that Blake Weiner is working for Mustafa?
I mean, let's put it like this. Look, Robert Drum and Chad Mason took this camera, took the SD card, plugged it into their work computer, looked at the videos, listened to the audio.
Exactly. There's an audio. Yep.
They looked at the entire dash cam content. I mean, they looked at everything in that dash cam. Okay? And Blake Weiner asks Chad Mason, while he's on the stand, he says, "Is that a violation of your department policy to take this SD card and plug it into your computer?" And he says, "Yes." He says, "Well, what is the protocol for a police department when it comes to dash cams or digitals?" He said, "Well, protocol is to take this dash cam, package it up, and send it to forensics. And they have a way of extracting information without losing anything." Okay? But yet, he admits that he took this dash camera, and him and Drum plugged it into their computer. God knows what they did with it, but they definitely reviewed all of the footage. Okay? Now, having reviewed all that footage, why would they issue out a warrant for only April 5th and April 6th?
Exactly.
Okay. Now, investigator Zymus, who is in charge of forensics, said on the stand that in the dash cam, you see Mustafa and Dorothy door dashing on days prior. It shows that that Mustafa's driving while Dorothy's in the car. It shows them. It shows other footage, basically. There's footage that's prior to April 5th with Dorothy. So, why did Robert Drum specifically write up a warrant to exclude those days? Okay, if you're accusing the man of being a bad driver, if you're accusing the man of constantly scaring the kids or scaring this person, and if you're saying that Kim Coleman is saying that Mustafa is this horrible monster, why would you exclude April 4th, April 3rd, or whatever's on that dash cam?
Exactly.
Why would you specifically only write a warrant for April 5th, which is the day of the accident, and April 6th, which doesn't really make sense? Why would you even ask for April 6th? Does that make sense? Why would you ask for April 6th?
They're building a narrative, and they don't want to show everything, because when you show everything, it shows a vehicle accident.
Mustafa interacting with Dorothy.
Exactly.
They don't want to show that Mustafa loved Dorothy. He loved the kids. I mean, what is this camera going to show? Is it going to show Mustafa pulling up to a 7-Eleven, buying Dorothy a drink? Maybe they're getting food. Maybe they're eating together. Maybe they're hugging. Maybe they're kissing. Who knows? Okay? But they don't want that footage to be in court because it goes against the narrative. Now,
But it's going to be there. Well, we're going to bring it out, and Mustafa's going to have it in court. As a matter of fact, the community is going to... You know, I'll tell you, 19 months ago, I was screaming in front of the courthouse, telling the community that I'm going to release the evidence for my brother. I have the evidence, blah, 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 blah. And at the time, I think I only had the body cam recorded on a pinhole camera. I mean, look at where we come today. I have the dash camera in 4K quality. I have body cams that no one has. And like I promised the community, it's being delivered. Now, I'm going to tell you that we're going to get all of Mustafa's evidence. And all of Mustafa's evidence is going to be released out to the community. Okay? We're not asking for much, by the way. We're asking for Mustafa to have a fair trial. We're asking for Mustafa's evidence to come forward. Stefana, how are you, ma'am?
I'm good.
We're asking the evidence. You know, for a person that they say he's guilty, he's sure asking for all his evidence to come out to the community. I mean, I've never seen a guilty person say, can you look at my cell phone? Can you look at my girlfriend's cell phone? Can you look at everybody's cell phone that's involved? Can you look at the body cam? Can you look at the dash camera? Can you look at blah, blah, blah? I mean, you want to tell me that that's a guilty person? And then you have the witnesses. They're terrified. They're like, oh, man, he's going to look at my cell phone. Glenn Ford is screaming and crying about, oh, they're going to subpoena my cell phone. They're going to get my emails. What do you have? What do you have? What are you hiding, bro? What are you hiding, Princess? Why are you so terrified? Amy Hodgkins is terrified that her cell phone is going to get subpoenaed. Stephanie Claiborne Drum, the wife of this investigator, is terrified. And Kate is MIA. Kate, we want you to come on camera. We want to see your fat, beautiful face. Apparently, you're just as fat as Investigator Drum. What do you guys eat for a living? We're going to subpoena these investigators' cell phones. And we just want transparency. I think this community, Mustafa, the family, and this community deserves transparency.
And you know, this whole trespassing thing, like they've trespassed you, they've trespassed Maha, they've trespassed my mom, and now they're trespassing me. You know, when you look at this case, you know, I mean, what is this whole trespass thing? When you look at it,
they're terrified.
They don't want someone sitting inside the courtroom that is documenting what they're saying, and then coming out to the community and telling the community that the prosecutor is saying that Mustafa was arguing. The investigator is saying there are no skid marks, yet here we are. We have video footage of both investigators saying there are skid marks. There is a high-quality photo taken by the investigator, okay? There's a circle of Mustafa's travel path, and there's a clear skid mark that is from Mustafa's vehicle. I mean, there's no doubt about it. That skid mark came from Mustafa's vehicle. You can look at the dash cam, you can slow it down, you can see that Mustafa's travel path, there was no skid mark, and then after the accident, there is a skid mark in his lane of travel. And for the investigator and the news media and the judge and everybody to just say, Investigator Mason, were there skid marks? Investigator Mason gets on the stand, puts up his right hand, and swears to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, and then he lied.
And then when you play his body cam, he's saying all these skid marks are Mustafa's.
Says
Oh
all
wait,
these skid
they
marks
sealed off
are
that
his.
body cam, so they thought no one was gonna see it.
Exactly. Now, if you're in the media, okay, and you've reported that Mustafa was held without bond because the investigator said there's no skid marks, that there's no signs of Mustafa attempting to avoid a vehicle accident. I mean, you could just look at the dash cam and you could see that Mustafa, as soon as there was an opening, he turned sharp left. And what does the investigator say? She turned into him. Okay? She turned into him. You look at the road, you examine the road, we see skid marks exactly from where Mustafa's lane of travel is. And the media reported the officer's lies. Now, for the media, if someone came up to the media and said, hey, you remember you reported on this investigator and he said that there's no skid marks? He said it on the stand and he swore an oath to tell the truth. I have a video of him on the scene saying that all these skid marks are his. I have an investigator saying that the other vehicle turned into him. Okay? Now, you reported that there was no signs of Mustafa attempting to avoid a vehicle accident. Well, here's all these body cams. You know, it's not my word. It's not anybody's word. It's the investigator himself on his own body cam saying Mustafa attempted to avoid a vehicle accident. But yet the media is silent. They ask you, how did you get this video? Why would it even matter?
Why would it even matter?
Why would the reporter's question be, how did you get this video? And then not talk about anything else.
You know, I'll tell you something interesting. I reached out to Julie Carey, and I told her that one of the witnesses, the primary witness in Mustafa Aljazairi's case, has been concealed for the past 19 months. Nowhere in the police report does it reflect what Dorothy's 10-year-old child is saying to the police child forensic with the police department. Nowhere, the police report does not reflect that Pharaoh said Mustafa woke up tired, and it was Mama's idea that she wanted him to go to the cemetery. The police, the prosecution narrative is that Mustafa did this intentionally, that this is premeditated. Now, premeditated could be he did it a week ago or on the last minute. But specifically for Mustafa Aljazairi's case, they're not saying that Mustafa decided to do this on the last minute. No, they're saying that Mustafa planned this out. And he specifically targeted Dorothy and 5-year-old Empress. And he specifically wanted them in the vehicle to crash the vehicle on purpose. This is what the prosecution is saying. This is what they're charging Mustafa with. Now, when you find out that the primary witness says otherwise, and it's been concealed from the police report, and then you found out that they falsified the police report. Why is it that nowhere in the police report it shows that Pharaoh is telling you, is telling the police department, is telling the child forensic with the police department that it was Mama's idea? So that contradicts what the prosecution is saying. Now, how do you think that's going to play out in court? Okay? How is it going to play out in court when you find out that the police department tampered with these witnesses? They told these kids that Mustafa crashed the vehicle on purpose, left your 5-year-old baby sister in the vehicle, ran away. If it wasn't for him running away, your 5-year-old baby sister would have still been alive today. Now, nowhere in the police report. Yes, ma'am. Nowhere in the police report.
I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. No, nowhere in the police report does it reflect that.
I think Christine wanted to say something.
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to say that with all of this being said, going back to what you were saying earlier, they went and said that he did this and he did that, but yet that he ran away from the scene. But again, he was in the ambulance.
Exactly. He was in the ambulance, then helicopter. Missy, how are you, ma'am?
He didn't run away.
Exactly. So what is the police department doing? Telling kids that Mustafa did this on purpose, that he ran away. What they're attempting to do is influence what these kids are going to tell the police department, and then use those statements against Mustafa and the prosecution. They've manufactured probable cause.
Manufacturing probable cause.
They were manufacturing probable cause. Missy, how are you, ma'am?
Good. How are you?
Doing all right, ma'am. Doing okay. You know,
How can they
where
tell the kids and person's injuries? That's what gets me.
I find it disturbing when you have Glenn Ford and that's not me saying it. I'm gonna be releasing a body cam where Imagine says Mustafa did this on purpose, and when the child forensic psychologist in that room asked him, "How did you know Mustafa did this on purpose?" He says one of the statements. He says Glenn Ford told me that my sister's skull is half open. What are you doing telling a 9-year-old child that your little baby sister's skull is half open and Mustafa did it? And because Mustafa crashed the vehicle on purpose, your mom and your sister is not here today. And your 5-year-old baby sister, her skull is half open. You're tempering and you're influencing and you're coaching these kids. I mean, those kids were left in that apartment, Nini's apartment, for 3 days.
Putting that child through trauma.
Yeah, it's
Exactly.
child abuse.
Why would you tell a child that her sister's skull is half open? Unless you want to feed him your narrative. And you're all over social media talking about
That's so wrong.
you're the loving ex-boyfriend. I mean, how loving were you, sir? Why are you terrified that we're gonna check your cell phone, check your email? I mean,
Look, for Glenn Ford to come out on social media and pretend like I love Dorothy, she was.
Come on, brother.
He's crying.
Come on, brother.
He misses her, this and that. The first thing he tells Investigator Davis is she's a bad mother, like she was a bad person. I mean, forget what
You hated the fuck out of Dorothy. He hated the fuck out of Dorothy, and that's the first thing he tells Investigator Davis. Dorothy was a bad mother. You kicked her out in the winter.
What you really think about Dorothy? Forget about that. Forget about your honest opinion about Dorothy. But to say that she's a bad mother when this woman had just passed, I mean, what the hell?
He didn't like the kids either because he was complaining about the kids and the dog. How they'd be messy and making a mess. And
he's talking about his carpet. Bro, who cares about your carpet? The kids just lost their mother. And he's worried about his carpet. Okay? And then this guy packs up and moves within within a week, he's gone. I think Tanisha Coleman had already moved because we were trying to talk to her. We're trying to figure out what's going on at the time, okay? And she basically packed up her stuff and left the very next day. Nobody sees that it's odd for somebody to pack up their apartment and just leave and disappear.
Nobody finds it odd that Glenn Ford's apartment is completely empty?
I was wondering where Nini's furniture was. I didn't see anything in there but that kitchen table.
Oh, wait a minute. That's interesting. Yeah, exactly. Whoa. I actually never thought about that. Where is Nini's furniture? Why is Nini's furniture why is her house completely empty before the accident? Before they found out.
Shit.
Huh?
Didn't they?
I wondered the same thing. Why was there no furniture there?
I don't understand. This
didn't
doesn't make
they
any
both
sense.
Leave the complex after the accident?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they immediately vacated the complex right after the accident. Now,
You should ask Moses about the furniture. If he knows why she didn't have furniture, or if she had furniture before.
interesting. I mean, who lives without furniture? You've got
I
kids.
saw that kitchen table and the chairs.
Who
That's all I
moves?
saw.
Who moves? Leaves their apartment when you have kids in school? You have ties to the community where you just cut off all your ties and move somewhere else?
Now, I find it unique that the police department obtained a blink camera from Nini's apartment that show when Mustafa stopped at the apartment when my family was there, the whole interaction. But they only have a chopped up version of the whole entire thing. I'm going to release the blink camera, and when the police department wrote out a warrant, the police department, huh?
They reviewed her blink camera.
Yep.
And then they issued a search warrant for specifically until up to Mustafa when he left her apartment.
Exactly.
But they never included what happened after Mustafa left
Or
what happened
before.
she's got a camera inside her living room.
Exactly.
Okay? And the police obtained a copy of only when Mustafa was there. I mean, down to the minute. They got only the footage where Mustafa was there. You don't think it's important what Glenn Ford and Tanisha Coleman was telling the kids after Mustafa left? You don't think that's important to a so-called investigation?
I mean, Mo, when you find out that Javen is telling you the investigator told him that Mustafa crashed the vehicle on purpose and ran away and left your 5-year-old baby sister, shows you the intention of this police department and the narrative they want to build for Mustafa and what they want to include and not include in this investigation. I mean, they specifically left out the blink camera that shows Nene and Glenn Ford's interaction with the kids after they were left in their apartment. But guess what? That blink camera, all those videos are in the clouds, and we can subpoena those videos, and we're gonna subpoena, and those videos are gonna be entered into this trial.
You know what? I bet you Drum and Davis, those investigators, showed up to their apartment, and they had a conversation with Glenn Ford and Tanisha Coleman, and it's on that blink camera. And they're all targeting Mustafa. I mean, is it not believable? I think it is. If the kids are saying the detective told them this.
Well, what if I give you a body cam that shows the conversation between Investigator Davis and Glenn Ford, telling Glenn Ford, we got to get our ducks in a row, and we got to get Mustafa. We want you, buddy. We want you to testify against Mustafa. What if I release that body cam? Get our ducks in a row? Glenn Ford?
I mean, that's what he told the other witness, Elizabeth Lee. She said, I saw skid marks. He's like, no, those aren't his skid marks. They belong to somebody that wasn't doing what they're supposed to be doing. We have a body cam of you saying all of these skid marks are Mustafa's.
Interesting.
Now you're telling the witness what they saw and what they didn't see? I mean, when you talk to a witness, you're only receiving information in. But for you to input your own information into this witness to get a different answer, and it's all captured on your own body cam, that's against the law. You're tampering with, I mean, this is the definition of tampering with a witness. She's telling you one thing, and then you tell her something different, and then she changes her statement. All in one recording. It's all in one recording. She's telling him one thing, okay? He stops her and tells her, no. You didn't see what you saw. And then tells her that he has to get his ducks in a row before they pull the trigger. They got to get Mustafa off the street. And then she gives him a different statement.
Specifically,
which statement does he put down? He puts down the statement that he likes. The one that he got after he basically told her what she saw and didn't see.
Specifically, when there's a body cam of Investigator Drum saying all these skid marks are Mustafa's. But he tells the investigator something completely different. As a matter of fact, he takes it further, and then this witness is asking Drum, I mean, I don't understand. Was he on rugs? He's like, we're checking off some boxes. When you have Mustafa's blood work, no alcohol and no rugs, and you're telling the witness we're checking off some boxes?
Exactly.
You just lied. You just lied to the witness.
Happened on April 7th. So on April 5th, before Mustafa was discharged from the hospital, the police cleared a DUI investigation. And we know that they issued out a warrant because they were charging him with a DUI initially.
Exactly.
Initially, they were charging him with a DUI. And once they cleared his blood, then they released him. And then that wasn't good enough for them. So they had to go and manufacture a different crime.
The different crime is tampering with the kids and then building and creating a probable cause where those kids are told that Mustafa did it on purpose.
I wrote a comment. Can you read it so I don't have to say it? I'm just kidding. I said, why were they, when they were looking for Glenn Ford regarding pawn shops receipts, but didn't mention it when they were interviewing them?
Exactly.
They're looking for him through a pawn shop.
Exactly.
Or a pawn shop.
Exactly.
And he put in an address that doesn't belong to him. I mean, he was in the apartment before the police arrived. They didn't arrive until what? A day later, later that night, The point is, he had access to that apartment, and he went back in, and I mean, God knows what he did, but the police know. Okay, I mean, we're only going by what their body cams show, and they never
show ID.
Exactly, they never questioned him about anything. They never questioned him about a pawn slip.
But maybe he pawned off his furniture too.
I mean, you have a guy that's sitting there watching Mustafa. I find it unique that Imagine says Glenford told him to never refer to him as Glenford or refer to him as Bob. I found that interesting. He said Mustafa doesn't. Glenford says Mustafa doesn't know me, and now you have a police body cam where Imagine says that Glenford told him to refer to him as Bob. Why would you want to be referred to as Bob?
He wants to be Bob.
Oh, that's funny.
I mean, bro, you're not white.
Is Bob in here?
It's Bob.
He was.
We're gonna get to the bottom of it.
We're gonna get to the bottom of Bob.
We're gonna get to the bottom of Bob.
Floyd.
Oh yeah, Robert, remember?
Glenn Floyd.
Ford.
Yep.
Ford. Do you remember that name?
The article I sent you.
Oh, the article.
Oh yeah, that's funny.
Robert.
Look,
Bobby
Bob,
Ford for Robert.
we're gonna subpoena your cell phone.
Like,
If you
what are the
have,
odds?
what
His
are
name
the
is on-
odds? Yeah.
His name is on some article.
Look, we're gonna subpoena the cell phones. I mean, look. At this point, look. At this point, at this stage in the process, you know, they're terrified that Mustafa's voice is gonna come out to this community. They have a media blockout.
They're terrified that Mustafa was gonna get bond,
Yep.
and he was gonna go to the lawyer's office, and he was gonna review all this BS, and then he's gonna come out and be like, "What the hell are you guys saying about me?"
Now you
Like,
have the whole
what is all-
community. Now you have the whole community reviewing Mustafa's body cams.
Like, imagine you have a U.S. citizen being charged with a crime, and he's not allowed to review what he's being charged with or what the witnesses are saying about it. He's not allowed to view anything. He's sitting in a concrete box, and he's not allowed to look at anything. And when you ask Blake Weiner, can you at least print the discovery so that Mustafa can go through it? He said, no, the protective order specifically says I can't print it and I can't leave it anywhere else. Well, he's in solitary confinement. He's being charged with a crime.
And then Blake Weiner tells you, I'm ready. I'm ready to go to trial. I'm ready. I'm ready. And then you ask Blake Weiner specific questions. Sir, did you subpoena the SD card where it shows that this dash camera has audio? Did you subpoena the days on this SD card that it shows the days before where it shows Mustafa door dashing with Dorothy? The witness that they're using against Mustafa, Kim Coleman, the neighbor, is in the vehicle. He hasn't subpoenaed. He didn't subpoena the SD card. Did you subpoena the cell phones? He hasn't subpoenaed the cell phones. Did you do anything to get ready for Mustafa's trial? Nothing, but I'm ready for this trial. How the fuck are you ready, sir? How the fuck are you ready?
You have a major case, okay, of a supposed double homicide, okay? You have over 20,000 items in discovery, okay? 20,000 items. And you're telling me that the lawyer only visited Mustafa one time and spoke to him for an hour and 20 minutes. In this whole process, in this entire process, Mustafa doesn't have access to the discovery. He hasn't seen any of the videos. He hasn't seen any of the discovery, but he only talked to the lawyer for an hour and 20 minutes. The lawyer says, I'm going to come back. I'm going to show you the videos, the discovery, what I think is really relevant. And he only saw him one time for an hour and 20 minutes. And you're telling him, come to trial, and he doesn't know what the hell's going on?
Hassan, you know what I find interesting? You have someone charged with a double homicide, and you don't have an M investigator on the case?
That's what I said.
A homicide investigator on the case? Are you kidding me here? Okay, and they refuse to show the material that's involved in this case. Everything is concealed. You can't look at this. You can't look at that. No, we're not going to look at this. We're not going to look at the SD card. We're not going to look at the cell phone. We're not going to look at the communication. We're not going to look at the home video. Then what the fuck are you going to look at?
All the
You never
important
talked to
stuff.
Mustafa. Other than
Never
30 minutes-
talk to Mustafa.
other
You
than
have
30
a
minutes.
you have a double Muhammad, you have a double homicide. You're charging this guy with a double homicide, and you've never actually talked to the guy, and the one time you talked to him on the phone, you falsified his statements on the police reports. Are you fucking kidding me?
On the phone. A phone
I've never heard of this in any other case. They refuse to talk to Mustafa. They're scared to talk to Mustafa because once you talk to Mustafa, the truth is gonna unveil itself. You're gonna see that this is a vehicle
By
accident.
the way, Amar, you know, I'll tell you what the first lawyer we got when Mustafa was talking to Drum.
Yeah,
He said, "Can you come down to the I think it was Garfield High School."
yeah.
He said, "Can you come down to Garfield High School around 6 o'clock? I want to talk to you about the dash camera, and I just got some questions for you, right?" So we went on Google. We said, "Okay, whenever a lawyer shows up, we just want a lawyer to be present with you because you just came out of a coma, you just came out of the hospital. We don't know what's going on. We're gonna send a lawyer with you."
And when you listen to Investigator Drum, how he started off normal and he turned a conversation and he began blaming Mustafa. If you listen to the conversation, it's a 30-minute conversation. He began blaming Mustafa. Mustafa would tell him one thing, he would turn it around and say something completely different. You're talking about a guy that got in a vehicle accident. You're talking about a guy that lost his family, and this is how you're gonna talk to Mustafa?
Mustafa tells Robert Drum, he says, "Yeah, I'll answer any question you have. I'll come down to the high school. I'll meet you wherever you want to meet." Okay? And Mustafa tells this lawyer that the officer wants to meet with me at 6 o'clock at the high school. And the lawyer says, "Yeah, of course, we can go down together. Okay? I will answer all his questions. I'm going to be there so that I can make sure they don't violate your rights in any way. Okay? I'm just going to be as a witness." And this lawyer calls us back in about 2 hours. And she says, "Robert Drum was so angry. He was so angry that you're bringing a lawyer with you that he doesn't want to talk anymore." I mean, what kind of investigator tells the person they're investigating, "I'm not going to talk to you. I don't want to talk to you anymore"?
Because he decided to falsify the statements. He made up his mind right there that I'm gonna not record it on my body cam. I'm gonna falsify Mustafa's statements. I'm gonna say Mustafa said I was arguing inside the vehicle, and it's my word against his, and there's nothing you can fucking do about it. And it was a shock to this investigator and the police department that you decided to record it. They were shocked. They started fumbling.
They were shocked that he had a recording of that conversation.
And they were so shocked.
They don't have a recording of it.
Muhammad, if you remember, they were so shocked that when we were telling Casey Stevens, we're going to talk about it. We're going to release it on the internet for this community to see what they're doing to my brother. This investigator, now I have the body cam. This lawyer, Casey Stevens, text Muhammad that day of the beating where Mustafa got beaten up inside the jail, that he's not available that day. Don't call me, don't text me, I'm not available that day. Just happened that day Mustafa gets beaten up, essayed inside the jail, and then is denied medical. May 24 incident. Now I have a specific body cam. While they were inspecting the vehicle, Investigator Drum walks up to Casey Stevens. I'm going to be releasing that body cam. Investigator Drum walks up to Casey Stevens, and he's asking him about Mustafa. How is Mustafa holding up in jail?
How's he holding up?
And then Investigator Drum tells him that I'm trying to get a psychiatrist to write him off as incompetent, but it's not working out because the person that I'm trying to get on the case is not available, and I don't know if we're going to be able to do it in time. I have a body cam where they're conspiring about Mustafa. Now you have a family that's telling this lawyer, who we know is in cahoots with this investigator, that, hey, I'm going to release the audio to the conversation where your investigator The one that you're working with against Mustafa have falsified Mustafa's police report. Next thing, we wake up to our reality where 6 correctional officers enter Mustafa's cell, beat him, handcuff him, take him out of that cell naked, and beat him up while he's in handcuffs and drag him unconscious down the stairs. And then take him to another room and beat him again and then essay him inside the other cell. And then deny him medical. What are they attempting to do here? Are they attempting to silence Mustafa? Do they want Mustafa to tell us on the phone, whatever you do, don't go against the police department. Whatever you do, don't release my audio. And this family is supposed to be like, oh my God, they just beat up my brother. We're not going to release this audio conversation. And then turn around and write Mustafa off as incompetent. So whatever the fuck he's going to say is not going to be admissible in court. They beat him. So that way he can't take the stand and testify against this investigator that falsified his statements on the police report. I mean, I have the body cam that shows that, and I'm going to be releasing it.
But he's staying strong, though.
Oh, he is staying strong. You know,
Yeah.
the Lord is giving my brother strength. Where he's staying strong, we're staying strong. And I'll tell you, at this stage in the process, we, we're just getting started.
I mean, the real question is, why is he still in the jail?
Yes.
When number one, they beat him on 4 separate occasions, they sexually assaulted him, and now we know that they've lied every step of the way. Every time he had a bond hearing, they've lied. You know, in August of 2023, when he had a bond hearing,
Yeah.
the prosecutor says, she says, Your Honor, Mustafa had crashed his car previously and gave someone a brain injury.
I have the audio to all the bond hearings, by the way. I have the audio to each bond hearing, to every hearing that Mustafa had inside the court. And I'm going to be releasing those audio conversation. And we're going to analyze each hearing and what they've lied about Mustafa each way through the process.
Look, so the prosecutor tells the judge, as the judge is getting ready to grant bond, she tells the judge, Your Honor, Mustafa had crashed his car prior in the past, and he gave someone brain injury. And we're all sitting there shocked, like, what? What do you mean he crashed his car prior? Which car are you talking about? Which incident? There has to be a police report, a hospital report. Who is this person that you're talking about? Okay? Apparently, they hired a homeless person that has a mental condition, and they claim that this person is a witness to something in this case. We don't know what it is.
They created probable cause.
Wow.
They created probable
Now,
cause.
Now, the judge denied, this is what the judge said, word for word.
Yep.
He said he would grant bond, but the one thing he can never get over is how can Mustafa give somebody brain injury in the past, and now he's in another car accident where 2 people lost their lives?
Yep.
He says, I can never get over that.
I have the audio. Yep, I have the audio too.
I can never get over this person that he gave brain injury to. And Casey Stevens is sitting there, not saying a damn word, just silent. And guess what Judge Weimer just threw out the other day? When the prosecutor said, Your Honor, there's somebody by the name of Jason Nance, this crazy guy, this crazy homeless guy, okay? This guy has some mental issue, okay? I don't know if he had he had something wrong with him, okay? And guess what Judge Weimer just threw out the other day? He said, Jason Nance, whatever this man says, is hearsay. It's inadmissible.
Yep.
But you're telling me that back in August of 2023, you denied Mustafa bond based on your lies of Jason Nance, this so-called homeless witness that they just manufactured out of nowhere? And when you ask Mustafa and you ask Jason Nance, have you guys ever been in a car together? Jason Nance says, no, I've never been in a car with him. Mustafa says, what the hell would a homeless guy be doing in my car? This guy has never gotten in my car. Okay? But for the prosecutor to make up such a lie just to hold Mustafa without bond. I mean, this is like, you look at this whole case. every single time Mustafa has had a hearing, his courtroom is the only courtroom that they would bring this whole search apparatus and install it at the door. Okay? This is the only room. Mustafa's, I mean, how many people are in jail? Probably over 600. How many of them show up to court? Mustafa's case, out of those 600 or 700 people, Mustafa is the only person where you have the sheriff sitting in the courtroom, where you have the jail lawyer who never comes out until it's a jail board meeting. This woman comes out of her hiding place and shows up in Mustafa's hearing. You have all of the jail leadership show up in Mustafa's hearing. I mean, what's the significance of this man for all these big heads to show up every time he has a hearing?
Because they lied.
Every single time.
Because they've lied. Because they've lied, and they're terrified that if Mustafa is released, he's going to expose what they've done to Mustafa, and is going to show what they're doing to other people. I mean, I'll tell you something that's interesting. You know, we're at this point, at this stage in the process, the whole entire community is watching police body cams and reading police reports that have been falsified. They've lied about Mustafa every step of the process. Now, I'll tell you something that's interesting. A couple of days ago, I get a phone call from Rodney Ward. Rodney, everybody remembers Rodney. Rodney was one of the witnesses that testified against the jail that they unalived an inmate inside the jail, Juan Campos. Now, it's interesting that Elaine Jarvis retained and became the lawyer for Rodney Ward. What this lawyer have done is every individual that was going against the jail, she went and represented. Okay. Anybody that was there to testify for Mustafa, she went to represent. She sent them an agreement, agreement to represent them. And Rodney is one of them. There was other witnesses that were wronged by the jail, and she started representing them against the jail. Now, all of a sudden, every single person that Elaine Jarvis represented, I'm getting a phone call from them telling me that Elaine Jarvis is no longer representing me. Now, what was she doing at the time when she was representing them? I have a phone call recording where Elaine Jarvis is specifically telling Rodney Ward at the time when Mustafa was going against the jail that these inmates were testifying for Mustafa, that this jail did this against Mustafa, that this jail did that to Mustafa. Now, why is it that I have a recording where Elaine Jarvis is telling Rodney Ward, whatever you do, do not testify for Mustafa Aljazairi? Now, I don't understand. Your Mustafa, the one you're filing a lawsuit for against the jail, you need witnesses to testify for Mustafa, but yet you go and tell this witness not to testify for Mustafa, and then now that you pulled yourself out of the case, is no longer representing Rodney Ward. Rodney calls me and he's telling me, he's like, Amar, I don't understand what's happening here. This lawyer at one point tells me not to testify for Mustafa. And now she's withdrawing from my case. You want to tell me that this lawyer is not working for the jail? Everything about this lawyer tells you that she's working for the jail. And this is not just me saying these things. I have recordings, I have videos, and I have audios that's going to be released out to the community. That's going to make sure that this lawyer will never practice law again. I mean, to have a lawyer that works behind the scene for a corrupt jail that beat and unalive inmates, and you think on my watch that she's going to practice law? As a matter of fact, I'm taking these videos, I'm taking these audios, and I've submitted them to the FBI, to the Department of Justice, and we're going to be filing bar complaints to put this lawyer and hold this lawyer accountable. Mustafa, my brother Muhammad had a lawsuit against the jail. And then out of nowhere, my brother Muhammad had a lawsuit in federal court against this jail. And out of nowhere, this lawyer shows up and tells Muhammad, Muhammad, I've been watching your social media. I've been watching your brother's social media. I've been monitoring the case really close. And I've been watching this case for the past couple of months. And I want to be there for your brother because my husband served in the military. Your family is patriotic. And I'm not going to allow for something like this to exist in this country. I want to represent your brother. Only for her to tell Muhammad to withdraw his case against the jail. And then for her to file a case against the jail. So now she has Muhammad withdraw his case only to turn around and withdraw her case. And then go after every witness and then tell them to not testify for Mustafa. I mean, what's really happening here? You want to tell me that this jail, this lawyer is not working for the jail? But I promise you that she fucked with the wrong person because I'm going to hold her accountable by law. No, you obviously don't know who I was working before you put me in your office. And you don't know who I was in contact, what government entities I was in contact with before you put me in your office, and what kind of operation I was running against the jail before you put me in your office and you got yourself intertwined in my operation. Now, I'm going to hold you accountable because I've got certain audios and certain videos that's very revealing that the powers, may it be whatever it is, the FBI, the DOJ, are very interested in and are not happy that these things exist in our community. That I promise you, by the time we're done tango, you want to tango, we will tango. You're filing all these motions thinking that you're comfortable. Ma'am, I've got something else for you. Judge Weimer, Judge Hilton, I cannot wait to release certain videos and certain audios that are very revealing in what we have in our community, that lawyers that pretend to be lawyers only for them to be working for the jail. I mean, you want to tell me that she's no longer representing Rodney Ward, Tatiana Davis' brother, and every single person that she went and represented at the time, and only to tell those individuals that were testifying for Mustafa not to testify for Mustafa? I mean, what are you doing
I'll
here?
add something to that real quick.
Yes, sir.
So, at the time, I filed a civil case on behalf of Mustafa in the federal court for the beating. Excuse me 1 second. Okay, so at the time, she tells me that I need to withdraw my case that I filed on behalf of Mustafa as his power of attorney, so that she can file a proper lawsuit, right?
Yeah.
And, you know, I mean, I was thinking this lawyer is on the right track. He's writing up the complaint. And
Yeah.
I signed the documents. You know, I signed off that she can withdraw that case and that she was going to file a new one.
Yeah.
Okay? Now she's emailing me, telling me that I need to sign off on dismissing the case that she filed in federal court. Well, the DOJ is telling me that she can't dismiss the case. She can withdraw herself from the case, or she can request from a judge to remove her from the case, but she cannot dismiss his civil case. She has no authority to dismiss his civil case. His civil case it's going to keep on going.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
It's going to keep on going, and she cannot dismiss the case without my signature or Mustafa's signature. Okay? And now she's sending me these emails telling me that I have to pay her like over $30,000. I mean, last time I checked, she sent me a retainer that she said she's doing this on a contingency basis.
This is supposed to be a contingency. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I have the email where she sent me a contract that says she's gonna do this based on contingency. She's not charging anything, but she's gonna document her hours of work so that when the case does go through the courts.
Well, Muhammad, you're not the client. Mustafa is the client.
Exactly. I'm not even the client. The client is Mustafa. Who
Exactly.
She sent a letter to telling him he's gonna rot in jail.
Yep.
I
No.
mean, what kind of lawyer?
Yep.
I mean, everybody has seen her videos on her podcast.
Yep.
How she fights for justice. How she can't stand for what this jail is doing to people. Not just my brother, but other people.
It sure sounds that we're not talking to Elaine Jarvis. It sounds like we're talking to Amy Hodgkins here.
Exactly. And then she sends me a text message saying, if you see me on the street, you better cross the street, you better cross over and not talk to me. You better not record me.
Oh, we're gonna record you, all right, lady. You're talking. We're gonna record you, all right. As a matter of fact, I have a lot of recordings of you. Gonna make you a star.
It was only 2 weeks ago. It was only 2 weeks ago that you were fighting for Mustafa. It was only 2 weeks ago that you gave us the jail videos, and you said to us, the only way your brother is gonna get justice in America is if you publicize this video, and the community is outraged, so that number one, she can get funding, okay, and that number two, there will be a lot of pressure on these government entities to step in and take the right actions.
I have a video recording of that.
Now, we're only following your instructions, okay? You tell us to post this video, and then all of a sudden, 3 days later, you're telling us, take off all the videos. And I mean, which one is it, really? You tell us to post it, only to tell us to take it down. Did the jail reach out to you? Did they make an agreement behind closed doors? Did they pay you off what you asked for? And now that you've got whatever it is that you got from them, now you are no longer interested in
I'll
justice
tell you.
all of a sudden? I mean, look, this is her word. This is her word to me. Okay, this is what she told me when I was in her office. She said, Muhammad, and I think, Omar, you were there. She said, you see this degree behind me? It was her, I think her, like, law degree or something. She said, if I was to put my degree on one case, if I was willing to bet this degree on one case, it's Mustafa Aljazairi. And I'm willing to throw in everything I got to get this man justice. Because what they did to him is not just wrong, it goes against humanity. Okay? It goes against everything that I believe in. And if I'm willing to lose this license on a case, it's Mustafa Aljazairi. And I followed your family blindly initially. I followed you blindly, and I believed every word you said. And when I got the jail videos, your family was vindicated. And every word you said to me, you were vindicated. Every complaint you've made about the jail, you were vindicated with
I mean,
videos.
the lady got me a couch to
Amar,
sleep on.
And then you're telling me within a week, you're telling Mustafa you're going to rot in jail? You send that letter to my mom telling her your son is going to rot in jail? I mean, if this was a movie, like, it's a really good script. But the funny thing is, Amar records everything. So
I record everything.
all this is.
I mean, the lady literally got me a couch in the office. I was literally sleeping in the office. Well, you don't think I have I have whole surveillance system in every room? You don't think I video recorded every single conversation? I have a whole entire package that's going to be, yes, sir.
I will say that the Department of Justice is actively following.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I'm an expert.
The Department of Justice is actively following Mustafa's case, and if this lawyer thinks she's going to dismiss his federal case, I mean, she's got another thing coming.
Oh, I promise you, by the time I'm done with her, she will never, mark my words.
It's not me saying it. It's not me saying it.
It's my
Okay.
video recording that's gonna show it. Mark my word. I promise you that this lawyer, that Elaine Jarvis, will never practice law again. On my watch, you've entangled yourself in my operation, and I promise you, lady, that on my watch, you will never practice law again. Do you understand what I'm saying? That I've got video recordings that will make sure that you will never do this to another person in this community.
I can
Yeah.
Believe it, Elaine. These
Yeah.
guys are very thorough.
She was so worried about keeping her license.
Oh, you've got another thing coming, lady.
It's not
I
even-
think
it's
Judge
not-
Hilton
it's
is
not
gonna
even-
want to hear from me.
It's not even about Elaine. It's the fact that she would tell us one thing
Yeah.
and then say something else.
You know, I would never have released these videos. I would never release these videos if I hadn't found out that this lady struck a deal with the jail. And on my watch, I will never allow a lawyer like this, that have no integrity, that have no ethics, that has no values, that is the most disgusting human being in the world, and is capable of doing this to someone else. Not on my watch, not in this lifetime. I'm gonna make sure that she will never practice law again. And as a matter of fact, we're gonna have Stephanie Claiborne, aka Kate, read the motions to this community.
The sealed motion.
The sealed motion that apparently she only has access to because her husband is the investigator.
Her husband's Robert Drum.
Well, I mean, I don't know if she's going to be able to do that because you got the FBI on the case, and I don't think they're too happy with an investigator's wife playing Kate on social media.
Well, the Department of Justice has that information, and they made sure to take down. I'll tell you something funny. When I told them that the witness in this case, Amy Hodson, aka Christina Alcazar, has my daughter's picture on social media, and she's actively calling on the community to call CPS and make fraudulent reports about my daughter. They were shocked. And then when you look at the overall situation, this is basically the police department putting out this narrative.
Yep.
Telling the police department is telling the community to call CPS on my child and make false accusations. Is this because we're advocating for an innocent man? Is it because we're exposing your lies that you want to go after a child? I mean, her whole platform is what? It's to get justice for Dorothy and Empress, right? You're claiming you're getting justice for a mother and a child.
But you're not happy about body cams being released.
But it's okay for you to post another person's child on the internet and tell the community to call CPS and make false accusations and false claims. That's okay with her. But she wants to get justice. I mean, we see what her motive is in this case. Her motive is the police department's motive. It's to conceal the evidence, to put out this, these false accusations about Mustafa, to put Mustafa in a bad light, to say, I mean, maybe this guy had it coming. And as soon as you mention the word body cam, she gets all flustered. Because, I mean, what did she say when you put out the Amy Hodson recording? She said, I got over 50 calls. This is what she said on her live chat. She said, I got over 50 text messages. People telling me that your voice is all over the internet. I mean, thank you. We'll take that as a confession. But for the police department to knowingly put a fake statement in a police report.
You know what you have here is local police officers, local FBI agent. This is a small circle that they can control in their small circle. But once the body cams are released, are unsealed, it's no longer local FBI cannot help Amy Ashworth, cannot help Investigator Drum, cannot help Amy Hodgkins. They can't protect Amy Hoskins. They can't protect this police department that's targeted Mustafa. This is local FBI. This is local officials, a small circle. Once it's unsealed and it's released the way it's released, you no longer can contain this. And what they're terrified is right now the media can no longer cover this because literally with these police body cam, it's like you're walking through a minefield. Now, if you're walking through a minefield, you never know. You can't control the narrative anymore. They can't control this narrative for prosecutor Commonwealth Amy Ashworth. I mean, you tilt it this way, a specific body cam is going to pop up. It's going to blow up in your face. You tilt the narrative this way, another body cam is going to come out. The only way that you can navigate this minefield if you tell the fucking truth. And the media right now is scrambling. Amy Ashworth is scrambling because these body cams, the only way you can navigate them is when you tell the truth. The media doesn't want to cover it. Amy Ashworth is terrified, mortified, petrified, and we have a new administration. We have a new administration that's coming in January. Now, the DOJ is gonna clean house now that we have a new administration. All these fucking Democrats, they're getting rid of them. Amy Ashworth is a Democrat. They're gonna need a reason to get rid of her. And in light of the body cams being released, in light of the police department and the prosecution creating probable cause, falsifying every police report, what do you think is going to happen with the DOJ getting involved? What do you think is going to happen with the FBI? Not the local FBI. We're talking about the FBI out of D.C. getting a hold of this information and taking a look at Mustafa Aljazairi's case.
I mean, you don't find it odd that the chief of police, Amy Ashworth, or the jail, not a single one of them comes out in public and makes a statement.
They're terrified. They're waiting for the exit strategy.
In the past 20 months, not a single one of them has come on camera and addressed the Mustafa Aljazairi case. Not a single time. They always send a spokesperson or an acting person, an acting chief, an acting superintendent, but they've never come on camera to the community and explained themselves. They've never come out and made a statement because they know that once they pick a statement, that there's a high probability that a video is going to come out, a body cam is going to come out, something is going to come out to disprove what they just said. And they don't want to come off like that to the community. So what do? They stay in hiding.
And they don't want it to be them who's saying it.
Exactly. Because they want an exit strategy. Yep.
Of anybody making a statement. I mean, you've just trespassed. You've trespassed 4 members of this man's family. You're accusing him of a heinous crime. Okay? You have an officer that falsified the report and a chief of police that issued out a letter admitting that there was a violation of department policy. You have an officer, an investigator on the stand saying, yes, I violated department policy. So what? Is that a question? I mean, he's violating department policy and he's the one with the attitude. Like, so what do you want from me? I did it.
But going back to... Sorry.
No, go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say, going back to when they trespassed you, and you kept asking who signed it, who did this, nobody took the blame. They always said, "Oh, somebody else did this, somebody else did that."
No,
I didn't sign it. I'm just giving it to you. I don't know who signed it.
Exactly. You know, when you look at this trespass, I'm asking Blake, why am I being trespassed? I would like to know. I mean, I followed the rules. Every time I've gone into court, I follow the rules. Okay, I put my phone away. I'm sitting in court quietly. I'm taking notes. Like, what's wrong with that? And he says the sheriff's department is accusing you of coming into court this past hearing, this long day of hearing that we had. They're accusing me that I brought in a camera and that I was recording the proceeding.
When he's the one that's telling you to bring in the dash camera to use it as evidence.
Okay, So I'm asking Blake. I said, okay, so they're accusing me of bringing in a camera to record the proceeding. Number one, why would I do that? I mean, why would I do that? They literally have a whole search apparatus machine set up at the courtroom and at the front entrance. So that means when I come in, I have to go through a scanner, and if it beeps, they have a wand that they wand you down, and then they tell you you're good to go. Okay? Now, Blake told me that morning, Blake called me and told me, Mohammed, the dash cam that you bought, similar to your brother's, I'd like for you to bring that in as evidence because I want to look at the manual and I want to show the judge that this camera, this is what the camera looks like. This is where the SD card goes. And I want the user manual to it because I'm going to reference it in my motion. And I said, okay, perfect. Yeah, I have it. Okay. So I bring the box with me. I go into the courthouse and they asked me to put all my belongings on the belt. And that's what I do. I put the box, I take out my wallet, my keys, I put it on the belt, I take off my belt, and I put it all on the belt. They run it through the machine, and then I walk through the scanner. Okay, they hand me my stuff, and I go upstairs to the third floor. Now, that only at my brother's courtroom, where my brother is having his motions, they have the same exact machine with the whole belt, the whole thing that you walk through. They got 3 or 4 sheriff's deputies with a wand. I put all my stuff on the belt again. I took off my belt, and they told me no cell phones. I turned around, and I gave my wife my cell phone. I said, please take that back to the car. She took it back to the car. I put all my belongings on the belt. I walked into the courtroom, and the sheriff's deputy himself handed me the box with the dash cam inside of it. He gave me my belt, he gave me my wallet, and my keys. So I went into the courtroom, and I sat down. During the motion, Blake comes up to me and says, hey, do you have that box? And I give him the box. He opens it up. He takes a look at it, closes it back up, and gives it back to me. Okay? The judge, after like 2 or 3 hours, the judge says, okay, we're going to take a break. I take my stuff. I go outside. And then 30 minutes later, I come back in with the same box. I put it on the belt, go through the whole security procedure again. And on the other side of this machine, the sheriff's deputy picks up my belongings, my wallet, my belt, my car keys, and this box with the dash camera inside of it, and he hands it all over to me. I go to the third floor. We go through the same process inside the courtroom. The sheriff's deputy hands me the dash cam inside the box, hands me my wallet, my keys, and my belt. Okay? As I'm sitting in the courtroom, a deputy comes up to me after like an hour before the judge got back. He comes up to me and he says, what's in the box? I said, this is a dash cam that the lawyer has asked me to bring in as evidence. You can go ask the lawyer. He doesn't ask the lawyer. He says, no, you got to remove that out of the courtroom. I said, okay, that's fine. I turn around, my wife is sitting there, and I said, Fatima, here's the box. Please take it outside. If Blake asks for it, I'll just call you to bring it back in. She says, okay. She takes the box, walks out, no issues there. And then the motions continue for another, I think, 3 or 4 hours. Okay? We leave that day with no incident, nothing. 2 weeks later, on that day, I show up, and all of these deputies come out, and they tell my mom, we got to talk to your son. What's going on? You're being trespassed. Why am I being trespassed? Sir, we don't know. Somebody signed it. You know, you'll have all that information. By the way, they never give you the information. They just gave me a yellow slip saying that if you walk to this courthouse, we're going to arrest you. I said, okay, fine. What am I being accused of? Blake shows up, and I'm telling him what's going on. He's upset. He says, well, I told you to bring in that box. So what's the big deal? He goes over, he talks to Sheriff Glenn Hill, who happens to be standing outside along with Major Terry. He has a conversation with them for about 5-10 minutes, and then he tells me, I'm sorry, they're not gonna remove the trespass. I said, okay, so what am I supposed to do? I have to be in my brother's hearing. I have to hear what new lies they're gonna say about my brother, so that I can document it, and then I can contact the DOJ, okay? And I can put it out publicly. And he tells me, no, I mean, I don't know what you can do. You know, to be honest with you, once they trespass you, they've trespassed you.
So you're telling me that Blake tells you to bring in the dash camera, not use it in court, and only for him to not really be able to tell the sheriff, hey, I'm the one that told my client's family to bring in this evidence? How does that make any sense?
Exactly. He's like, what do you want me to do?
How does that make any sense?
He's like, what do you want me to do? I'm like, bro, you told me to bring in the dash cam. Like, you can at least mention it to the judge. You can mention it to the judge. This is what's going on. I asked my client's power of attorney to bring in a piece of evidence, and now they're accusing him of something. You can have, the minimum you can do is bring it up. Okay? Well, I refuse to take no for an answer. Okay? So I go in and I file an injunction where I want a judge to listen to what I have to say about this trespass. Okay? Now, I filed it that day, and I got an email yesterday telling me that I have not yesterday, the day before yesterday, I got an email saying that I had court on Wednesday, that they've set it for a judge to listen to what I had to say. And then I got a following email saying that it was moved to Friday at 10:30. Now, my brother's hearing to, Friday is at, I think, 9 o'clock. So I was hoping that I was going to get this thing out of the way before my brother's hearing. But apparently, they really don't want me to be at my brother's hearing. And that's really the whole thing with the trespass. And they did not think that I was going to go into this courthouse and file an injunction. I mean, we're going to see what happens Friday. You know, a judge is going to hear it. I clearly have evidence. I mean, the sheriff's department, there's almost like 10 or 13 sheriff deputies at the front entrance. They physically took my property, put it through the machine, and handed it to me on the other side. Not once, not twice, not 3 times, but 4 times. They put it through the machine, they looked at it, they inspected it, they had all the time in the world to say whatever they wanted to say, and their choice, their decision was to give it to me inside the courtroom. So why should I have to be trespassed for a mistake?
It sure sounds like a setup.
Cameras too, don't they?
It sure sounds. You know, it sure.
So I've issued a subpoena for their camera footage, for their CCTV from the courtroom, the hallways, and the front entrance.
Good.
From 9 to 5. So, you know, hopefully they have that subpoena ready on Friday.
It sure sounds the whole thing is staged. Mo, it sure sounds the whole thing is staged. The lawyer gives you a piece of evidence, only for him not to use it in court, only to have the sheriff say, "Oh, what are you doing with this box? Oh, we're gonna trespass
setting
you."
him up too?
Huh?
I mean, it sounds like a setup.
It sounds like it's the whole thing stinks. Okay, only for this
the attorney
lawyer.
had something to do with it.
I mean, the same attorney that doesn't want to subpoena the evidence to court. Are we talking about the same?
It's really odd that he didn't bring it up to the judge that day. He could have at least mentioned it to the judge that I told my client's power of attorney to bring in a piece of evidence. I mean, if the sheriff is not willing to listen to it, because we know the sheriff's reasoning behind it. He wants to trespass. I mean, he probably wants to trespass Mustafa from coming to the courtroom.
He didn't want it to be on record that he said he wanted you to bring it.
Exactly. I mean, that's really what it comes down to.
Exactly.
You know, at this stage in the process, now that we have all the body cams and the body cams being released out to the community, their plan.
This is all the more reason to have a change of venue. When you have a prosecutor, a sheriff's department, a jail superintendent, I mean, you have the whole entire government, the local government,
All the attorneys.
telling you cannot have a public trial. That's what they're telling us here. That you cannot have a public trial. Actually, a friend of mine came up and he was like, I tried to go into courtroom number 3 and they kept questioning me why I'm trying to go into the courtroom. I said, isn't this a public hearing? And they're like, no, you need a reason to go into that courtroom. And they wouldn't let him into the courtroom. I mean, are they saying that they're having secret trials in Manassas?
Well, not on my watch.
That's only something they can do with minors, isn't it?
No, I'll tell you. Not anymore. Now that the police body cams are out, the whole community is watching what's happening here. And
I mean, Shelley was there. She saw the box. Okay, Shirley was there. There was a couple of people that saw this box in my hand, and it was given to me by the sheriff's deputy. He ran it through the machine, and clearly he looked at it, inspected it, and then thought, "Here you go."
Exactly. Mo, you read what Shelly just said? She said the CCTV is gonna show that Blake walked up to you, looked at the box, looked at the manual, and then closed it.
Exactly. I mean, it's that simple. You don't think Glenn Hill? You don't think Glenn Hill knows that? He knows that, but he doesn't think that I'm gonna go in there and file an injunction. He thinks we're just gonna take it, we're gonna stand outside and be like, "Free Mustafa from the outside." That we can't go into the
By
phone.
now?
Like,
They
buddy,
should know who you are by now.
Exactly.
seriously, like,
Exactly.
I mean, they tried to accuse me of practicing law without a license.
Muhammad, as a paralegal, as an individual that worked as a paralegal, you know, in Virginia, that this they only use that to scare people off. They can never charge someone for practicing law. As a matter of fact, they've never charged anybody in the history of. They've never charged anybody for practicing law. This is something they just use to prevent someone from practicing law.
I'll
Me
say this.
working as a paralegal, I can throw that in there.
This is what Judge Weimer
I am not a
said
paralegal.
This is what Judge Weimer said when the jail's lawyer told him that Muhammad should be charged with practicing law without a license.
Yeah.
And she cited the Virginia Code. He said, "Well, I mean, he didn't take a retainer from his brother. He didn't write up an agreement. His brother's not paying him. He's simply advocating for his brother through the justice system, and I don't see anything wrong with it. So I'm not gonna charge him with a crime for advocating for his family member. But if the Commonwealth attorney wants to look at it, she's more than welcome to. But I'm not gonna do it. So I'm gonna dismiss that. I'm gonna dismiss that motion. I mean, this is Judge Weimer. The same judge that laughed at Mustafa when he told him, "Your Honor."
And then the jail video comes out, and it shows Mustafa handcuffed behind his back, naked, beating while they're beating him, dragging him unconscious down the stairs.
Won't take their bullshit.
I mean, you have a judge that laughs at Mustafa when he tells him that they beat me inside this jail, they essayed me inside this jail, and I'm being denied medical. You have a judge that says, "Take him away," and he's laughing. This is during Mustafa's bond motion when he was denied bond.
Initially, Judge Weimer said, "Give the man his bond. Give the man his bond." That's what the judge said. When Sarah Sammy stood up in court after the judge granted bond, Sarah Sammy kept arguing with the judge. She kept saying, "Your Honor, the Commonwealth attorney is not going to be pleased with you. She's not going to be happy about this. I want a week stay on this order." And the judge is like, "I mean, come on, give the man his bond." Okay? And then she kept arguing with the judge until he said, "Okay, I'll order a week stay." And obviously, in that 1 week, they went to Judge Weimer and they're like, "Listen, buddy, you really think you're a judge? Are you really believing in the titles here? Like, we know who runs them."
They're like, "Judge, we have the we have the body cam sealed. Whatever you grant the Commonwealth attorney, no one's gonna see it, Judge. The body cams are sealed. The police reports are falsified. Judge, who is gonna see anything that happens here? The jail videos, no one has access to the jail video. No one can see what happens to Mustafa inside the jail. No one is going to verify these police reports. Judge, the body cams are sealed. Deny Mustafa bond, and let's just call it business as usual." And then the whole thing blows up in their face. The body cams are released. The jail videos are released. And now Judge Weimer is under question. Judge Weimer, why are you sealing body cams? Judge Weimer, did you say that Mustafa was never interrogated in the hospital? I've got a body cam where Mustafa is being interrogated while under F50 MCG of F. Judge Weimer, is this police report falsified? And you said this, and you granted a motion in that? I mean, now everything is going to be under question, Judge Weimer. God.
You'll sleep at night, Judge Weimer, if you just, come clean right now.
Exactly. I mean, all he has to do is come clean. And, I would really hate to be in Judge Weimer's shoes right now. I mean, I can't wait. I want to give this judge an advice to tread lightly on Friday when he's filing motions for Mustafa, or when he's filing motions against me, when this prosecutor screams out to him and cries out to him, the judge, the brother is releasing this body cam or that body cam. He's releasing all of it, sir. I want to give this judge an advice. Sir, I want you to tread very lightly because you're going to be held accountable either way you turn. I'll tell you, fuck my First Amendment. I'm not talking about my First Amendment. I'm not talking about me not being on the protective order. I'm not talking about me being third party. At this point, fuck all those things. We're talking about individuals in this government that are not happy with you, sir. That this brother apparently is being told, whatever you're doing, keep doing it. And if you're fucking that chicken, keep fucking it. And we're going to make sure that this does not exist in our community. Judge Weimer, you're going to be held accountable by law. I cannot wait for Friday. And I can't wait for the outcome of this malarkey. Now, on that note, I'm going to end the live. It's 3 o'clock in the fucking morning. What the fuck is everybody doing?
You're
Staying
a night
up
owl.
this late? Night owls.
I have one question.
Yes.
Who signed the warrant for Mustafa's blood test in the hospital?
Thank you. Investigator Mason, Chad Mason. Now, he falsified that warrant because, and the way you can find out is when you zoom in on that body cam and you find that 2 blood vials have been extracted out of Mustafa without a warrant, and his signature is on the fucking warrant. And then you find out that Mustafa's blood is negative for alcohol and rugs. And now they're fucked. They're fucked because they didn't get a judge order. There's body cams that are released where it shows there is no warrant, and it's an investigator signature on that warrant. And all you have to do is zoom in on that warrant and blow it out, and you're going to see Chad Mason. This county is fucked, ma'am. This county is in a lot of trouble. And they are playing with my brother, and they don't know what to do because they're not investigating a vehicle accident. They're just targeting an individual that said, you can't violate my rights. I'm going to sue you. And because they looked at this individual, and they're like, who the fuck are you to sue us? We are the police. I have a badge and a fucking uniform. Who the fuck are you? And then they take advantage of a vehicle accident, and they began closing the circle. And this whole thing is blowing in their face.
What is this court date for Friday?
Apparently to, well, we fired the lawyer. Blake Weiner, we fired him because he wouldn't do the things that we wanted him to do for Mustafa, which is very simple. The SD card, we need an analyst to inspect the SD card so we can get the audio, get the full dash camera off Mustafa's dash camera, and it shows the door dashing, it shows the whole entire thing up to the impact of the vehicle accident, the audio, Nini in the car. Blake Weiner refused. We wanted him to go through Mustafa's cell phone, go through Dorothy's cell phone. Um, Blake Weiner doesn't want to do that. We wanted him to subpoena Glenn Ford, Nene Coleman, Stephanie Claiborne, Amy Hodgkins, every single person that's involved in the case. We want to know the communication they had before they put the kids in a room and are using these statements against Mustafa. I mean, according to the kids are being told that Mustafa did it on purpose and he did this to your mother and your sister. We wanted. So when Blake Weiner refused to be there for Mustafa, we gave him an ultimatum. We're like, sir, if we wanted a change of venue, we told Blake Weiner, sir, if you can't do 1, 2, 3, 4, you're fired. We're gonna get you off the case. So on Friday, Blake Weiner is being removed from Mustafa's case. Judge Weimer has a decision to listen to what this prosecutor is getting him involved in now in light of the police body cam already released and submitted to the FBI. So he has a very tough decision to make. What is he gonna do about the brother and the body cam that's being released? So we're all watching this firework on Friday together, and I cannot wait for whatever is going on at this stage in the process.
So will you be in court?
Apparently, they're talking about me, and they're saying I don't even have to be in court. As you can tell, ma'am, I'm in a shipping container where they have me stored away like the rooster himself. I'm only doing things that they're telling me to do, if that makes any kind of sense. I'm releasing what they're telling me to release. Not doing anything. I'm not doing a goddamn thing. I'm having the best time in my life. I'm living off of rations. I'm following orders. And I have certain individuals in this government that are telling me to keep fucking this chicken. So as...
I thought it was a goat.
Apparently, no one wants to listen and get the memo. Okay? No one wants to put this in the report that, hey, it's not a chicken, it's a fucking goat. And they're telling me, keep doing what you're doing, and we'll take care of the rest. And we'll see what happens. And I really feel bad for Judge Weimer. I really...
Who will be in court tomorrow?
You know, that question is better answered by Mo himself.
You there, Mo?
You're not getting in a box. Why you keep asking? With his one follower.
Block.
I can't block. I have no privileges.
Oh, Casey. We know, Casey. We know. I love you, ma'am. I can't thank you enough for what you're doing for my brother, holding alive and talking about what they're doing to Mustafa. Ma'am, I appreciate you, and I can't thank you enough. I love you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
And I love everybody for... Yes, ma'am. And
Muhammad said you need to update it.
Amar needs to update it. Update what?
We're waiting for him to tell us.
Oh.
Who's going to be in court?
Apparently, they're getting ready to trespass Mustafa, too. They trespass the whole family, and they're going to trespass Mustafa from showing up to his own court. And they're going to testify, they're going to trespass the jury, and they're going to have... they're going to... exactly. They're going to have...
The judge?
Apparently, the judge better tread lightly, because if he doesn't do what prosecutor wants him to do, they're going to trespass him too.
They be like, damn, the whole family trespassed from court. Amy and them be saying, we win.
You know, sir.
They didn't trespass though. That's what
They didn't show up.
I don't think they feel like winners right now. They're in panic mode. I mean, the prosecutor, Shelly saw the prosecutor the last time she showed up, pale as a ghost. No makeup, no anything, barely said any 2 words.
I'm not sleeping at night.
I mean, if I was the prosecutor, I wouldn't be sleeping. I would not be able to sleep knowing what the brother is doing with my case.
Yeah.
I mean,
I appoint Shelley as your new lawyer.
sir, we're gonna put you as the lawyer. As a matter of
Whatever
fact,
you are the new lawyer.
you know, I don't know,
Omar,
sir.
before I get off,
Yes, ma'am.
did you get the package?
Ma'am, I'm in a shipping container. What package are we talking about?
Okay, so did you guys, anybody at home, get the package?
I don't know,
Oh.
but I can check with Mohammed. Did you get a package? Are you stealing my package? You know, are you taking advantage of the situation, sir?
It's for Susie. It's for Susie.
Okay. All right.
It's not even for you, Omar.
Man, it's not even. It's not even for me. Okay. I mean, you know, if this isn't a situation, I don't know what a situation is. Okay. You know, to be honest with you,
Is there any way for you to get packages,
no.
even from your brother?
Well, that might take a week or two.
That might.
Oh,
I mean,
he said they got a slip to pick up something at the post office. Okay.
yeah. I don't know. We'll see. You know what I mean? Maybe it's possible.
I want Amar to pan the camera around where he's at, and you'll see Mo sitting in the corner.
Yeah, and you're gonna and Judge Weimer, and the prosecutor are staring right next to each other. We're all in a shipping container.
You got Casey Stevens, Robert Drum, Judge Weimer, the prosecutor. They're all looking at Amar.
It's a pretty good movie.
That is fucking funny. Why would you put that image? Why would you put that image? Why would you
That
put that?
Joseph, that Joseph put another count. It says Joseph Part 3 now.
Why
The
would you
one
put that
just
image?
blocked, they just came in a different count.
Why would you put that image in my head?
It's Joseph. It's not a Jeffrey.
Maybe
This is
Joseph
Joseph.
is. Maybe Joseph is Glenn.
No,
And
I hope they took good notes.
they're taking notes. Promise you, they're taking notes.
Joey. Oh, okay. Bye, Joey. Joey.
They're
Joey.
definitely taking notes. I've got a whole entire county that's taking notes apparently.
Well, we keep telling them to.
Now tomorrow they'll be over there talking about y'all's
Yeah.
what y'all chat was tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they might even when you log off, they might start it then.
That is funny. That is
What's
funny.
new?
It might be on now.
We're their whole content.
You know,
Yeah.
we're asking for is a proper investigation into the Mustafa Al-Jazairi's case. We're not asking for anything here.
Bob.
Bob.
We're
Neil Bob.
we're asking for a proper. We're asking.
Neil and Bob.
Oh, yeah, Neil and Bob.
We're asking for a proper investigation into the Mustafa Al-Jazairi's case. We're asking that the evidence is presented in court, that this community is preview to what they're concealing. That's all we're asking for. You want to charge Mustafa Al-Jazairi with M1? Why are you sealing everything? Why are you hiding the evidence? Why are you not letting this evidence show up in court? Okay, play the evidence in court and allow Mustafa Al-Jazairi to have a fair trial. I mean, why is that too much to ask? And they're terrified because they lied, they concealed, they falsified, and now the truth is coming out. And the best is yet to come. And on that note, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. The best is yet to come. And, you know, I'll tell you, when situations like this happen, this is God chooses individuals to put them through a situation, and usually God gives them strength to continue to go through whatever He puts them through. Now we have strength from the Lord Himself. My question is, does Amy Ashworth, does Prosecutor Sarah Sammy has the same strength here? Does she want to stand on this hill and put everything on the table in front of this community? Is she ready for that? Because we're ready for that. Because we know that Mustafa is innocent. We're here for it. We're going to be here for it. We're going to continue to be here. And the best is yet to come. This is nothing compared to what's about to be unveiled for the community. And time is on our side. Time is on our side because there is a new administration that's kicking in January. There's going to be more transparency. The longer this takes, the longer this goes on, these body cams are being watched by the community at large, and the media cannot continue to conceal the Mustafa Aljazairi's case. And at one point, you're going to have to provide this case coverage, and when you do, I've got a whole entire minefield that you have to navigate, and the only way you can navigate through this is by telling the truth. Now you have the DOJ involved, you have the FBI involved, there's a whole new investigation, there's a whole lot of things that are coming out, and we have strength from the Lord himself to keep Mustafa going, keep this family going, and like I said, if I was Judge Weimer, I would definitely wouldn't want to be in Judge Weimer's shoes right now. I definitely would not want to be in Prosecutor Sarah Sammy or Amy Ashworth or the Chief of Police. I mean, Shelley saw Prosecutor Sarah Sammy pale as a ghost, barely said 2 words in court. She had her assistant do all the talking. Terrified at what this brother is releasing out to the community, and what's going to be a result of these body cams being released out to the community, being submitted to the Department of Justice and the FBI. And on that note, I'm going to end this live. Stefana, Casey, Dre, Missy, Bustos, Mo, I love you guys. Ma, I love you guys. Keep us in your prayers. And I pray that we can. Yes, ma'am.
I sent hi to Shirley, sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Shelly, love you, ma'am. And if anybody else that I missed, Tracy, and anybody else that I missed, love everybody. Missy, I love you, ma'am. Keep us in. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And yes, ma'am. And especially Casey, I love you, ma'am. I appreciate what you're doing with your live. A lot of times I can't go live because there's a lot of things that we're doing in the background, and it's always beautiful when I can go live. Thank you for being there for my brother and doing what you do. You're in my prayers. You're in our prayers, and everybody keep us in your prayers. On that note, you guys have a good night, and I look forward to being on the live. I don't know, maybe tomorrow, maybe another day. I don't know. We'll see how it works.
Meets next week.
Yes, ma'am. We'll see what happens.
Good night.
Good night. I love you guys. You guys.
Good night.
All right, brother.
All right. Peace out.
Later.
Peace.
Peace out. Up.